Welcome back to this session on pollution control, environmental health, and climate change. Before we proceed with the rest of our presentations, I believe we are joined with two of our virtual presenters who will now move on to their respective question and answer sessions. We'd like to first invite presenter under the abstract presentation number 166, topic dispersion of non-point source pollutants due to land use change, a case study in Mathura City, Sri Lanka. We'd like to invite the presenter to join with us for the question and answer session. Presenter, if you are able to confirm to us whether you can hear us, and then we can proceed.
Hello, hope you can hear me now. Hello.
Can you hear me?
Yes, of course.
Can you hear us? Yeah, okay, thank you. So I think that you heard my first question, that you talk about the 100 years return period, and you also mentioned that the average rainfall fall is 69 millimeters. So my question is that generally, if it's a 100 years return period, that can you mention about the average daily flow? Because generally, if it is a 100 years, it should be a much higher rainfall that we expect per day. That's why we call it as 100 years return.
It's a simple statistical equation. So I collected from 1990 to 2020 rainfall data from the meteorological department. Then using the prevailing data, I estimated the value, what would be the maximum rainfall we can observe within next 100 years. So it's a statistical value. Hello?
Know that. But the rainfall should be higher than this amount. I don't know that how you have taken this calculation. Anyway, right. Thank you. My next question is regarding that the surface runoff and the concentration what you have mentioned, that you are mentioning that nitrate and phosphate is orthophosphate were positively correlated to the surface runoff. That's obvious, right? It's generally it's true. So what else you can say about this urban land type, as well as with the correlation with these particular two items, phosphate and nitrate?
Yeah. In my study, I have observed only how it generates with this land use changes, because in the land use map I had categorized the map under only 5 categories. So if I so that I recommended, so if we can categorize more, like as a how much of imperviousness in there and how much of vegetation is in there, so we can simply define it more using that land use maps.
Okay, thank you. I'll give the opportunity to the other panelists.
Just a question whether you can, I'm not sure how your work, how you are now looking at with maybe like UDA, there are some maybe usefulness because this is a city area that you are working on, but more so whether your data can be kind of categorized into city flux, some sort of a nitrogen phosphorus surface runoff flux from a city environment and maybe used later on, but get into a level of characterizing as a typical flux?
Okay.
Because these are both going to the ocean, right?
Yeah.
So this is feeding to the ocean, and we are these days very much concerned about these fluxes. Specifically, these are because these are eutrophic event. Just putting your data in a flux way, that across this area there is this amount of flux going to the ocean from this. These are the values. Just positioning your data in a way that will be useful for other studies. That's all. That's just a comment.
Thank you.
Thank you, panel, and thank you very much, presenter, for your patience and for joining with the question and answer session. We have another presenter who presented previously, abstract number 95, titled Colloid Stability in Chemically Heterogeneous Soils with Special Reference to CKDU Prevalence Area in Sri Lanka. Presenter, can you confirm to us whether you are able to hear us clearly?
Yes, I can hear.
Thank you very much. I will now connect you to the panel for the question and answer session.
I hope that you can hear us clearly now.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, you have collected 2 soil samples from area Horupatan and Medavachia, if I'm
Yes.
correct, yes. And you're talking about the CKDU, that we know that CKDU is related to the groundwater, right? So what's the depth that you expect the groundwater you are extracting?
About
In this-
more than 20 centimeter depth, not from the surface, but
Right.
removed about 20 centimeter of thickness of ground soil, and then below that I have collected the samples.
20 centimeter. No, I'm asking about the groundwater. How deep your wells?
No, madam, I didn't check groundwater. The soil samples I collected, then extracted colloids from those soil samples and checked the stability of those colloidal suspensions. Madam, I cannot hear now.
Well, can you hear me?
Yes, now it's fine.
Depth of the groundwater well.
No, madam, I didn't check the groundwater quality.
I'm asking that the general question that since we are talking, yes,
Um,
5 meters, 10 meters, 25 meters.
it may vary depending on the place, but generally in the North Central province.
Okay,
it's
thank you.
about-
Right. Anyway, my question is like that. We know you are a civil engineer, probably from the Department of Civil Engineering. So you know that the depth of the groundwater, generally that how it generates, right?
Yes.
You right. Okay. So groundwater means deep groundwater. So I should have to go to the aquifer. Sometimes we to call it even if it is a shallow well, right? Okay. But here that you are talking about you have taken the samples for this experiment in the root zone.
Yes.
From 0 to 15 centimeters. So how do you relate this one with the CKDU or the groundwater? Oh, here you are talking about the solute transport. So generally we talk about the solute transport in the groundwater. If it is a surface in area of the root zone, then we are talking it's a surface runoff. So how do you relate this with the CKDU and the groundwater and solute transport?
Madam, basically my research is based on the colloid facilitated transport. It's a hidden mobile phase in the subsurface. So colloidal particles which are very small, like less than 10 micrometer size, those particles can soak contaminants and potentially facilitate the transport of those contaminants to groundwater through the subsurface. It's actually a largely underestimated hidden mobile phase in a subsurface. I hope I answered the question. Seems I cannot hear
Once you
again.
you are trying to relate, your topic indicates relevance to the CKDU prevalence area. The results demonstrate from Medavachya to Horopatana, there's a difference. But
Yes.
I mean, but how can you have not seriously related that to the CKDU? I mean, two
So this
locations, two
is
different.
still an ongoing research. That's why those conclusions are not included in this presentation. This is still an ongoing research.
Okay, in that case, you need to modify your title, because title should reflect what you are doing. Okay, your
Yes.
overall objective is fine. But I have another comment. Maybe your colloidal definition you have taken from 1 nanometer to 10 micron. I am pretty sure the behavior closer to 1 nanometer in the 10 nanometer, 10, 100, like in that is completely different from the 100 to the then to the 10 micron. I don't know whether there's an opportunity in cataloging them in like nanocolloids and microcolloids rather than all colloids, and also the modification to the DLVO theory. There has to be two phases. I presume that
Yes,
maybe,
I'll consider it. So thank you so much.
yeah, just thank you.
You have provided for the previous question is not that acceptable. Therefore, just think of my comment, like by talking with the surface roots on, as well as we know that you are talking about the probably talking about the infiltration, right? You are talking about the infiltration. The colloids means solute. I don't know whether we can talk about the solute transport and infiltration together. Yeah, it's partly. But since you are carrying out your research, still that you better get our comments and modify your research and do a good proper work. We expect the good results from you, right? Wish you all the best.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, panel, and thank you, presenter. As we all know, working with technology sometimes can be unpredictable. So we thank those two presenters for their patience and for bearing with us. With that, we move on to our next presentation. This is abstract presentation number 233, titled Spatial and Temporal Variation of Rainfall Patterns and Trends in Northern Province of Sri Lanka. We will now take a look at that presentation.
First of all, thanks a lot for me giving an opportunity to present my research in your conference. As I move to my research presentation, the topic is spatial and temporal variation of rainfall pattern and trend in northern province of Sri Lanka. Introduction, research problem, objectives, methodology, results and discussion, conclusion and reference in this presentation. First, introduction. Sri Lanka is a tropical country. It is located in Indian Ocean. Sri Lanka has 4 climatic seasons. First, intermonsoon, southeast monsoon, second, intermonsoon, and northeast monsoon. Sri Lanka is highly dynamic during the southeast monsoon and northeast monsoon period. This period wind move through the country. Southwest monsoon period, western part of the country, windward of the side. Northern part of the country, leeward of the side. During the northeast monsoon period, northern part of the country, windward of the side, western part of the country, leeward of the side. This period, the windward of the side always receive high rainfall, leeward of the side receive less rainfall. IPCC in 2013 reported the number of KV precipitation increase in many regions of the world. Rainfall increasing trend all over the world. Northern province of Sri Lanka, under the rising of the country, northern province highly suffered to flood and drought during the monsoon period. In 2014, Handaya reported this statement. Next topic, and we are going to discuss the problem, broad knowledge and prediction of variation and trend of rainfall useful for decision maker, especially to disaster management and irrigation and agriculture sector also, especially to disaster management. To research objectives, this research conduct spatial variation of rainfall and trend of rainfall in northern province of Sri Lanka. Let's I move to meteorology. First study area. Our study area is northern province. This northern province has 5 districts. I select this research conducted 5 stations from each district. Selected stations are Vaunia and Manna stations. This research conduct 1989 to 2018 monthly rainfall data. This data collected from Meteorological Department, and missing rainfall data calculated by the ratio method. That ratio method used the nearest station. This ratio method used to find missing rainfall. Next, data analysis. This data analysis was done by the descriptive analysis. I used mean and coefficient and variation and trend. This descriptive analysis method used to this analysis. Coefficient and variation used to the variation of rainfall used to NDA data series. I used the data collected from 1989 to 2018. I used this variation, this NDA data series, this period, how to vary. Then Manhattan test used to this period, the trend of analysis, the 1989 to 2018, this rainfall trend, how to this decrease or increase or no any changes. I used the 5 and 3 Libarius for find the Manhattan test. My main and significant part of the main presentation, then results and discussion. First, variation of rainfall in northern province. This table shows the variation of rainfall in 5 districts. This red color marked this mean less rainfall receiving Manna district in northern province. Blue color I marked. This blue color means the high rainfall. The high annual rainfall recorded in Mullaitivu district in northern province. Rainfall, the India data period, the high variation of rainfall, the high variation recorded in Mullaitivu district, the less variation recorded in Vaunia district in northern province. This figure clearly shows the monthly variation of rainfall. In the month of November, received high rainfall in northern province, following up December. These June, July, August, these months receive less rainfall. I already explained this period, southwest month period, this side, northern part of the country, leeward of the side. Leeward of the side always receive less rainfall. This period, low pressure bed over Sri Lanka, near to Sri Lanka. That's reason Sri Lanka, the northern, especially northern part of the country, receive high rainfall due to depression rain. This table explains the seasonal variation of rainfall in northern province. First in the monsoon, southwest monsoon, second in the monsoon, northeast monsoon. During the first in the monsoon, the less rainfall recorded in Mullaitivu district, high rainfall, high seasonal rainfall recorded in first in the monsoon in Vaunia district. During the southwest monsoon period, Mullaitivu received less rainfall, Vaunia received high rainfall. The Vavuniya receive high rainfall, high seasonal rainfall during the first intermonsoon and southwest monsoon period. Mannar receive less rainfall, southwest monsoon, second intermonsoon and northern monsoon season. During the second intermonsoon period, Vavuniya Jaffna receive high seasonal rainfall. During the northeast monsoon period, Mullaitivu receive high seasonal rainfall because of the Mullaitivu is a initiated district, the coastal district in Northern province from the northeast side. That's why I already explained the northeast monsoon period. With the monsoon bring more moisture from Bay of Bengal. The Mullaitivu, that's why Mullaitivu receive high rainfall. This period, second monsoon, Bay of Bengal, quickly under the depression. The depression receive highly receiving northern region, especially in Jaffna district. This figure clearly shows the seasonal variation. The old district receives high seasonal rainfall in second intermonsoon period. The less seasonal rainfall received in first intermonsoon period. Let's say move to the trend of analysis, trend of rainfall in northern province. This table shows the Mannar and the Jaffna district no any trend in the data NDSC data period, but then Klinochi, Mullaitivu and Vavuniya, this district, three districts had English intent in 1989 to the 2018 period. I move to the seasonal rainfall trend. Mannar district has the first within first season no any trend recorded. At this same figure shows the Vavuniya and Jaffna districts. But Klinochi district, the first intermonsoon increasing trend, but southwest monsoon period has decreasing trend. But other two season has no any trend recorded in Klinochi district. Mullaitivu district within 3 season, first intermonsoon, southwest monsoon, second intermonsoon. This 3 season has increasing trend, but northeast monsoon season has no any trend recorded in Mullaitivu district. From my research, I have come to conclusion as the Mullaitivu district has high annual rainfall and less annual rainfall recorded in Mannar district. The highest average monthly rainfall recorded in month of November, less monthly average rainfall recorded in month of June. High seasonal rainfall recorded in second intermonsoon period, less seasonal rainfall recorded in first intermonsoon period in northern province. During the second intermonsoon season, this period during this season, Jaffna district received high monthly rainfall. At the same time, northeast monsoon period, the Mullaitivu district received high monthly average rainfall. According to the Manhattan test, the trend, the Vavuniya, Klinochi, Mullaitivu, these districts has increasing annual trend, but other two districts has no any trend. The variation of rainfall, the high variation of rainfall, high in Mullaitivu district, less variation of rainfall, variation recorded in Vavuniya district. Then second intermonsoon and northeast monsoon, these two season key role in the rainfall in northern province in Sri Lanka. I come to recommend from my conclusion part, decision making should give priority to flood control measures during this season and drought control measures implement during the southwest monsoon period in northern province. This study was only used the 30 years monthly rainfall data, but further more studies need to the long-term historical data to evaluate to find the highly precise interpretation. These are my references. I have come to my end of the presentation. Thanks a lot, everyone. This is my presentation. Thanks.
Thank you for that presentation. I believe the presenter is joining with us virtually. We'd like to request you to switch on your video and join for the question and answer session. But before that, presenter, please confirm to us whether you can hear us clearly.
Audible, sir.
Thank you very much. I'll hand it over to the panel for the questions.
Can you hear me? Thank you very much, Satish Kumar, for very interesting presentation.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah, yes, it's very interesting to see that your findings, because you mentioned that the Jaffna and Mana getting a lesser rainfall means that the variation is very less, but when compared with the other three districts in the north province. And my first question is, haven't you considered the temperature in this study, or are you doing a parallel study with the temperature?
No, ma'am. I only conducting rainfall because of we can find this variation is significantly. Temperature is possible, ma'am, but I'm not familiar with the temperature. I have more familiar with rainfall and rainfall related researches.
Okay, very good and very interesting research actually that I propose you to carry out the temperature also, because it's also important when, especially when you are considering the crops, what you have to grow with the temperature changes, though the rainfall is changing, or that the increasing trend in that three districts. And however, from your study, we can see that we are not going to get lesser rainfall. It's having a not good trends, like a good trend in future. So the having a good higher rainfall rather than we expect, because with the climate change, actually we are expecting lesser rainfall and higher temperature. So you better concentrate your further study with the temperature also.
Okay, thank you. I will try to another study within temperature.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, I'll give the opportunity to the other panelists.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir. Audible.
Thank you very much, Mr. Satish Kumar, for the interesting, I think, useful one. My first question is, as you have said that one objective is to improve the ability of forecasting. Am I correct?
Yes, sir. A trend.
So have you identified any gaps in forecasting in this particular study?
Gap, sir. Sir, are you gap?
Yeah, gaps in your forecasting, probably gaps due to maybe the data and the data collection. Have you
Yes, sir.
identified?
Yes, sir. I have the data. Some data is available in meteorological department. That way, I use the ratio method to find that missing data. That's why I used nearest station used to this finding to from ratio method. That's why that's my research gap is some data missing, but I find from ratio method. Sir.
Right. Okay. Another thing is now, with regard to you said the flood mitigation.
Yes, sir.
One thing is you during this particular period, have you like located the flood, different floods that has occurred, and in this particular period that you have considered, what type of floods and the intensity of floods, so that it will be helpful for you to predict the flood mitigation.
Yes, sir. I also conducted another study in precipitation anomaly index that I've already found the variation of our drought, the extreme drought, moderate flood, normal flood. But I study only, sir. I mentioned not conduct about flood, but this season flood occurred highly. Now also, sir, Bay of Bengal depression, our area receive more rainfall, and last week also some lowland area facing flood situation.
Probably what you can do is now the climate change secretariat recently did the climate the communique where the intense risk analysis was done on the, so you could go through that also, because analyzing risk is important in deciding, for example, the water storage. So
yes, sir.
Actually, I tend to ask that question because how do you like use this? I mean, you may study later how you use this data in deciding water storage, which is a very important one. So those are things that you can consider later. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir, for your question, sir.
I have a question. First, I would like to thank your nice presentation. Anyway, have you
Thank you.
observed drastic changes in rainfall pattern in this district?
Changes, sir, are you asking changes of rainfall?
No, from 1989 to
Nine
2020 or 2018, I think. No?
to 2019, sir.
There any drastic changes you
No,
observe?
sir, no, not. I found, sir, very not statistically significant. Uh, I already mentioned only 3 districts has very no significant trend, but increasing trend observing annually, not drastic, um, very less, but increasing trend.
Thank you, President, and thanking the panel for the question and answer session. We move on to the next presentation, abstract titled 208, Spatial and Temporal Correction, abstract titled The Diversity and Seasonal Abundance of Benthic Macroinvertebrates in the Hamilton Canal with respect to water quality. We move on to that presentation now.
I am Mashan Piri. I'm going to present my undergraduate research, the seasonal abundance and the diversity of benthic macroinvertebrates with respect to the water quality in the Hamilton Canal. These are my content. Introduction. The quality of an aquatic ecosystem can be predicted using the water quality and the biodiversity related to considering ecosystem. Therefore, the species diversity, species abundance, and the water quality plays a major role in aquatic ecosystem structure. The benthic invertebrate community in a selected water body represents the health of the relevant aquatic ecosystem. The Hamilton Canal. The total length of the canal is 22.4 kilometers, which consists of 2 parts. The upper part from Mahaway to Negombo Lagoon, 7.8 kilometers, and the lower part from Negombo Lagoon to Kellen River, 14.6 kilometers. Width of the canal is 16 to 18 meters. The depth varies from 1.5 to 1.75 meters, and the average area of cross section is 15 to 20 square meters. The climatic condition. The Hamilton Canal is situated in wet zone. The second intermonsoon season and northeast monsoon season was selected for the study. Significance of the study. The present study was focused on measuring the species diversity and abundance of benthos along the Hamilton Canal with respect to the water quality. The past research has found that the Hamilton Canal has not been subjected to any study of benthic invertebrate diversity and abundance. Therefore, this study covers the research gap in finding the species diversity and abundance of benthos along the Hamilton Canal, which contribute to future development of the canal ecosystem. Objectives: to determine the species diversity of and abundance of benthic invertebrates along the Hamilton Canal during the wet season, and to determine the correlation between water quality and benthic invertebrate community of the Hamilton Canal. The methodology, the site selection, the 10 sampling locations were selected, representing the entire Hamilton Canal from Calamity Waste Curative to Negombo Lagoon with equal spatial intervals. The sampling collection was carried out from August 2020 to March 2021. The sampling was performed from 8 a.m. to 11 a.m. by a motorboat. 3 water samples at each sampling location were collected into pre-clean polypropylene bottles. The sediment samples were collected using a 250 cubic centimeter van Wien trap sample. The sample were fixed using 10% buffered formalin. The analysis of water quality are given in table number 1. The sediment samples were used using wet sieve method using below sieve set to capture benthic organism, and identification and enumeration were done under a stereolight microscope using standard keys. These are the parameters, principles, and methodologies that were used to analyze the water quality. The results and discussion section. the abundance of benthic invertebrates along the Hamilton Canal was given in the below figure. The species abundance of macroinvertebrates significantly varies in the wet and dry season. The highest species abundance was showing at HC2 sampling location, which is connected to the Kalani River. In the dry season, the dominant species was Arisidae species, which is 124 individuals per 1 cubic decimeter. In the dry season, the dominant species was Ceraturidae species, which is 510 individuals per 1 cubic decimeter. The species diversity of benthic invertebrates along the Hamilton Canal was given in below graphs. First one is for dry season and second one is for wet season. The maximum species diversity, Hmax, considerably varied during the wet and dry seasons. The species diversity of benthic invertebrates was relatively high in the wet season than the dry season in Kalani River estuary and Nigam Lagoon area. The species diversity of benthic invertebrates was higher in middle region of the canal in the dry season than in the wet season. The species diversity of benthic invertebrates was relatively higher in the dry season than in the wet season. Here are some benthic invertebrates found during my study. When considering the Pearson coefficient correlationship, positive linear correlation with significant p-values were given by pH in the wet season, DO in the wet season, phytoplankton abundance in the wet season. Negative linear correlationship with significant p-values were given by ammonical nitrogen in wet season or the phosphate in dry season. When considering about the principal component analysis, we can divide it mainly into 4 categories according to scope plot and loading plot. The first group of HC6 and HC3 sampling location was correlated with ammonical nitrogen and orthophosphate. HC6 was located near to a solid waste dump site near to Alakanda area, which most out of the canal water is contaminating with the solid waste leakage. HC3 was located near to a fish market, which all the organic waste from the fish market contaminating the canal water. Then the second group is HC4, HC5, and HC7 and HC8 sampling location, which correlated with BOD, alkalinity, and the water chlorophyll concentration. Those sampling locations were relatively stagnant due to low flow rate. The third group is consists of HC9 and HC10, mainly correlated with salinity and pH. The sampling locations are located near to Nigamba Lagoon due to the high salt intrusion from the lagoon. These two places were correlated with salinity and pH. At the last, the fourth group was HC2 and HC1 sampling location were correlated with nitrite nitrogen and nitrate nitrogen. HC1 and HC2 sampling location were connected to the Kalani River. The river contaminates with the water from entire Kalani River catchment area, which include surface runoff of the watershed with contamination and industrial effluent contamination, which ultimately result in poor nitrate and nitrite concentration. There are several studies done by Manage and Mahagamage about the pollution contamination in Kalani River. This figure was given to elaborate the water quality shift during the wet and dry seasons. Conclusion: the water quality parameters of the Hamilton Canal varied significantly during the wet season and the dry season. Change in water quality parameters will significantly affect the species diversity and species abundance of benthic invertebrates along the Hamilton Canal. Therefore, the wet season and the dry season affect the species diversity and abundance of benthic invertebrates along the Hamilton Canal. Suggestions for future works: even though this study was carried out in wet and dry season, it is better to assess the water quality and species diversity through a year, at least for 1 year time period, to evaluate the water quality and the species diversity fluctuation within an year. However, this study was significantly contributing to the evaluation of benthos along the Hamilton Canal ecosystem for the first time. It is better to carry out this study for second time to evaluate the impact of the benthos biodiversity of the Hamilton Canal with the time. These are some of my references, and thank you very much.
Thank you, presenter, for that presentation. I believe you have joined with us virtually. Can you confirm to us whether you can hear us?
I can.
Thank you. I now hand it over to the panel for the question and answer session.
Thank you very much, Mr. Pires, for your interesting presentation. And my first question is that would you please tell us that what type of water quality or what water quality impacts on benthic invertebrates in general?
Generally, the water quality means the benthic microinvertebrates are very sensitive to water quality parameters. So the changing water quality parameters means pH value, salinity, and turbidity, temperature. Almost all the water quality are affecting to the benthic microinvertebrates. But in here, my study, I found that temperature, dissolved oxygen, ammonia, and phosphate have been affected to the macroinvertebrate population and species diversity in my study area. From that, the ammonical nitrogen, and phosphate has been correlated with negative linear correlationship according to the Pearson correlation. And temperature and DO was positively linear correlated with the species diversity. And alongside that, the phytoplankton abundance also have been positively correlated with the benthos diversity along the Hamilton Canal in wet season.
Which are the most important parameters that you have found to impact or the effect on the survival of benthic invertebrates? Am I correct?
Yes, madam. Yes.
Right. Okay. Thank you. And haven't you think about the heavy metals and the other toxic materials or toxic compounds in this water?
The heavy metal contamination is obvious in Hamilton Canal because all the catchment area in Jaya and Nigambu area is directly flowing to the surface runoff is directly contaminated the Muthurajavala marsh and the Hamilton Canal. Also, another study was done by Chandrasekar in 2018 about heavy metal contamination. So it is, I thought it is it's a bit extra thing to do and too much to expend in our research to find that also.
Seven families you have found in this particular Hamilton Canal. 7 families of these bioindicators. How many families of bioindicators in this Hamilton Canal? Number of families or number of species, let's say?
Totally 20 benthic invertebrate species was found. Belongs to 9 polychaetes, 6 arthropodas, 5 molluscas in both wet and dry season. When considering that the arthropoda, the Phytonomyia species was the most dominant arthropod species. It's an insect species, and when considering the polychaete, Ceraturidia species and the Absidia species was the most dominant species all along the Hamilton Canal. Sorry, I can't hear you.
whether seasonal variation, okay, now you can hear probably.
Yeah.
Let us know whether seasonal variation impact on this bioindicator, whether you have noticed any reduction of species or the families or the number. So let us know that whether this seasonal variation impact on the bioindicator that you have selected, the benthic microinvertebrates.
Yeah, when considering the seasonal variations, the temperature, dissolved oxygen, phytoplankton abundance, and the ammonia only related to the species diversity in wet season. But only the orthophosphate concentration is related to the species diversity in dry season. And also the when considering the wet season and dry season, the species diversity of benthic invertebrates were significantly high in dry season. In past literatures, they have shown that when the phytoplankton get degraded in the canal sediments, the benthic organisms can be drastically grow. Sorry, I can't hear you.
Can you hear?
Yeah, now I can.
Now you have done this study during 2020 and 2021, no?
Yeah. From 2020 August to 2021 March. Sorry, I can't hear you. No, I can't. Excuse me, I can't hear you.
Can you hear?
Now I can hear.
Now the Hamilton Canal, there are more pollution sources discharged to the canal, no?
Yeah.
Now you have done the sampling during 2020 and 2021. Yes. And during these COVID season, there may be the discharges may be less. And I think more studies you have to done for the survival of animals in with the pollution sources, no?
Yeah.
That is a end. I think more data need.
Yeah.
Sampling and during the period you have to do during whole year or something to get a decision conclusion.
Sorry, I didn't hear something.
Now this is bioindicator. Hello,
Yeah.
can you hear?
Yeah, now I can.
Now this is bioindicator in the water source and the pollution. So we have to check the survival of the bioindicator with the pollution. Now this is urban city. And we have to do more long period sampling. We need more sampling than this. I think you have to continue the study with more sampling. That is a comment for your study.
Yes, madam. future suggestions also to measure the species diversity for long period of time.
Yes. Now the changes maybe, there may be a changes, no?
Yeah.
During. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Piris. There was a comment from Miss Devika, and so you, but she said that you have to continue your study because this is a kind of a like from the 2 seasons you can't give the conclusion. So therefore, it should be this should be a continuous study for another 2 or 3 years, right? Thank you very much for presenting your interesting findings to this forum. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for that presentation and thank the panel once again. We move on to presentation number 144 under the title Investigating the Human Activities Contributing to Source Water Pollution, Manture area. We take a look at the presentation now.
Good afternoon, everyone. Today I'm going to present my MSc thesis focused on investigating the human activities contributing to source water pollution in Samandar area. I, Muhammad Rafiz, postgraduate students of Water Environment Engineering, University of Peradeniya. I'm going to present on the International Conference on Environmental Governance 2021. Now let's move to the content part. These are the content I'm going to focus on today's presentations. Let's move to the introduction part. Water is one of the major importance things, plays crucial role in the environmental, economic, and social development. And also, once water polluted, there are so many effects on the human lives. So the causes of death is more people each exceeding the number of death due to war and all other forms was found by the WHO. Research locations was the Samantura. It was located in Amba districts and having a more than 55,000 of paddy field, and the number of rivers and streams are across this research area. Now move to the research location existing problems pictures. It clearly shows that how the water pollution happening and happen in the research location area, how the water is getting pollution from the rivers and canals. Now move to the past research studies in Sri Lanka. In the Kampar district, there was a research conducted and identified that almost 93% of the household have been affected by the water-related disease. And also in Betiklo, there was a research conducted and found that very close to the solid waste dumping locations area, groundwater polluted due to this improper solid waste management. And also in Jaffna, also conducted the groundwater quality test. 40 wells were selected, and all the 40 wells were contaminated by Totocoliform bacteria. Now move to the objective part. To achieve my research scope, objective categorized into 4. One is investigate the current level of water pollution in major water sources. Second is the public perception on water pollution using a social questionnaire. Third is the relationship between the source water pollution and human activities using a statistical analysis tool. Finally, propose suitable practices to reduce source water pollution. Now move to the methodology part. The questionnaire has been conducted. Then social questionnaire form having had a 4 sections, A, B, and C, and D. Those sections were cross-checked, cross-tabulation test with the water quality parameters. Then finally, results were revealed. Now move to the water quality test sampling location. As we can see, where the sample was taken for groundwater and the surface water. Move to the results and discussion part. Data were gathered into 2 ways. One through the questionnaire form. The second one is water quality test. Now move to the water quality data analysis. For the groundwater quality data analysis, EC and TDS, as per the SLS 61 for potable water, EC shall be less than 1000 microsiemens per centimeter. So therefore, EC level generally fulfill the drinking water purpose. For the TDS, 500 ppm should be or less than that. So except 2 locations had a above level range. Regarding the Totocoliform bacteria variation of 37 numbers of wells, For the digging purpose, E. coli should be 0 and the total coliform not exceed 3. Only 2 wells were not affected by the total coliform bacteria. So, and also those 2 wells were regularly monitored and chlorinated by the owner. E. coli bacteria variation. E. coli bacteria should not be detected for drinking purpose. In the only 8 out of 37 wells were not affected by fecal contamination. So those wells were constructed more than 30 meters away from that. Then high level of E. coli bacteria contaminated well were constructed less than 4 meters away from septic tank. Analysis of river water quality data. EC and TDS fulfill the desired limit for the drinking water purpose. pH also satisfy the required standard. Total coliform and bacteria, total coliform bacteria and E. coli variation for river water sample. For the river water sample, E. coli should be 0 and the total coliform should be 3. But for a CEA proposed ambient water quality for a irrigation and bathing purpose, E. coli total coliform less than 10,000 and the E. coli bacteria less than 1,000. For river water sample, bacterial parameters, total coliforms within desired limit for using irrigation and bathing purpose. Regarding the turbidity, nitrate variation for river water sample, turbidity levels are higher than the required limit for drinking water purpose. Then the nitrate fulfill the required limits for drinking water purpose. Free ammonia and the total phosphate variation of river water sample, these 2 factors are beyond the required limits for the drinking purpose because of the excessive fertilizers applications could be the reason for this high value. Now move to the cross-tabulation analysis. Cross-tabulation analysis has been conducted for septic tank distance tabulation with the respondent knowledge level. So respondent knowledge level were measured through the questionnaire. It was categorized to very poor to high. Then distance also measured. According to this analysis, around 69% of the respondents were found to have constructed septic tank less than 50 feet. So those people come under the poor and moderate level. Further, to find the relationship strength, correlation test has been conducted in between these parameters. Correlations value reveal that negative, strong correlation. So it shows that if the respondent knowledge level increase, E. coli bacteria presence level will increase. Now move to the conclusion part. For the social survey conclusion reveal that respondent knowledge level about water pollution, respondent septic tank distance from the well, then the bottom of the septic tank to the groundwater level, and the respondent knowledge level. These are the parameters highly influence source water pollution. Then 96.5% of the E. coli bacteria and total coliform bacteria contaminated wells were constructed less than 30 feet. Then E. coli presence in groundwater and respondent knowledge level revealed strong correlation, negative correlation. So, and further, during the social survey period, most of the farmers have informed that waste dumping location close to the Pallar River could lead to the surrounding area water pollution. Regarding the groundwater quality analysis, EC and TDS results generally fulfill the SL standard. E. coli bacteria and coliform result revealed that 80% of the well water sample tests are not within the SL standard for drinking purpose. Then constructed septic tank close to groundwater source and the lack of knowledge are the major reason for E. coli bacteria contamination in the research area. Regarding surface water quality analysis conclusion part, free ammonia and total phosphate and E. coli bacteria results are above SLS recommended levels for drinking purpose. However, E. coli and total coliforms are below the limits by CEA ambient quality for bathing and recreational activities purpose. Then high excessive of using of fertilizer and pesticides mixed in river and canals has high concentration of ammonia and phosphate in research location. Finally, move to the recommendation part. Majority of the people do not have record knowledge about causes of water pollution. It should be improved and to be conducted awareness program. Further research study has to be carried to protecting groundwater from pollution by the existing improper septic tank system. Then feasible septic tank design for high water table area to be conducted, especially for Samandra North. Then Samandra Perisava waste collecting service to focus on entire region, especially in the covered agricultural land also. Then the dumping location of this is close to the Pallaru create environmental issue that should be addressed and proper sustainable solution to be addressed by the relevant parties. E. coli and the total coliform contamination has spread already in this area, so it will lead to the other water quality parameters degradation. So therefore, it will create adverse effect. Should be addressed by proper relevant authorities. Then, since the remedial actions of polluted groundwater and are very cost and complex, therefore each person in Samantra should pay more attention to source water pollution and related activities to maintain the good water quality. I would like to acknowledge my supervisor, Professor Dr. Nadisha Nanayakara, then the University Engineering faculty, staff and lecturers, Warsaw Society, Water Board, and the Meteorology Department of Nairobi, Kenya. These are the references. Thank you.
Thank you, Presenter, for that presentation. I believe the presenter is joining with us virtually. Presenter, can you confirm your presence, and can you also tell us whether you can hear us clearly?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Thank you very much. I will now hand it over to the panel for the question and answer session.
Thank you. Good presentation. And I have one question. Actually, your area is, you selected the Samantura area, and how represent that area by your sample location? I mean, how many rivers and how many wells are in your area, and how you selected your sampling points?
Sampling points are based on the pilot study and some recommendation from the senior engineers who are related to the irrigation and the water resource people. Based on that, the rivers, the rivers seems highly possible to get pollution. So based on that, the river sampling location has been identified. Regarding the groundwater sample, it is divided based on the gram Illadara divisions and the population based on the gram Illadara divisions. To analyze the purpose, the groundwater sample, it's gathered and found collected everywhere around the search area. Hello, can you hear me?
Really represent your
Can you hear me?
area is Samanture, and you selected certain points for sampling. Is that so? One river. Can you hear me?
Yeah, now I
Hello?
can hear you.
Hello? Can you hear?
Yeah, I can hear.
Okay. Anyway, yeah, and have you checked the fecal coliform instead of the total coliform and coliform?
Yeah, also I measured, sir.
If you really want to analyze the human activities, the effect from human activities, I think you have to check the fecal coliform instead of doing the total coliform, whatever it is.
The human activities, sir, I defined that including the related to water quality parameters as well as the discharge, the water or solid waste disposal method also analyzed regarding how they are practicing to discharge their wastewater and the solid waste and all. But that all the slides I couldn't attach into this presentation due to the time limitation.
Thing is, you compared these water quality parameters with SLSI drinking water standards, but you can compare with ambient water quality standards published by the CEA. It is there, and you can compare with that standard.
Yes, I compared for the TDS and all, and also the E. coli and total coliform for a surface water sampling. I checked and there was a result in my discussion part. For the E. coli and total coliforms are fulfill the CEA ambient quality for bathing and recreation activities.
Mr. Rafiz, can you hear me?
Yeah, ma'am.
Actually, that our Dr. Sanjay asked you, the first question was the sample size, whether your sample is the number of samples represent your area, because here your topic is talking as a pollution in Samanturai area.
Yeah.
So Samanturai can be electorate, or Samanturai can be district, or Samanturai can be GA division. So whether when you are talking about a Samanturai area, you have to show that your sample size represent your area correctly. That was the question. So would you please comment on it once again?
Yeah, madam, that I defined in my, I couldn't mention in the presentation, actually around 41 G, no, for 51 GN division, it's in the Samanturai DS divisional area. I selected only 45, which is my research has focused. And also population wise, Toran test I have conducted, how many social surveyor to be conducted for this area. Based on that, 200 number of social surveyor data were gathered.
So that was the answer we expect. So you have done a good research representing, getting a good representation from your area. So my question is actually that we know that the this E. coli or whatever the total coliform transport in the soil through water. So when the soil type, whether it's a sandy soil, I think that area is full of sandy soil. What are the type of soil in this area?
It is varying, madam, from the residential place to paddy area, but that I didn't collect the data regarding the soil condition, rather than the gap between the septic tank bottom to the ground level. From the respondent I measured the soil type. It is clay area. It's in the agricultural area, and also some hilly area. It's having a high weather rock particles. It is varying, madam. It's not constant.
In this, even that you mentioned about the 50 feet from the septic tank to the groundwater well, it depends on the type of soil. Or this, if it is a sandy soil, that the 50 feet or the 30 meters is nothing. You know that through the sandy soil, we know hydraulic conductivity is high, and therefore that the solute transport is really impact on the type of soil. So I think you better consider on that also. And my other question is that whether do they have enough space to construct a septic tank 50 meters away from their toilet, or that the
it is there are some location based on during my social survey time I observed there are some location can be possible, especially in Samanturai south part. They have the residential density is very less, but Samanturai north is a little bit highly populated area. So therefore I would like to recommend to the future researchers to address those things. We have to do the design for a limited area to avoid this kind of water pollution. So there's no space actually in Samanturai south.
Important finding from your study, because we know that septic tank, because you know the SDG goal 6 is that the clean water, the safe water for all, and therefore we have to consider, based on your research findings, you have to recommend to GA division or like whatever the authorities, that you have to provide the good sanitation for all in that area. So that was your major recommendation. That should be the major recommendation. Thank you very much for your nice presentation, as well as very good findings. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Presenter. With that presentation, we adjourn this session for lunch. We will join you back in 1 hour's time for the other abstract presentations and the poster presentations that will follow. Thank you very much.
Hello. Hello. Oh. Oh. Oh, mandana tanana. බලන්න
Welcome back. You're joining with the International Conference on Environmental Governance 2021, organized by the Central Environmental Authority. In this session, we focus on the theme pollution control, environmental health, and climate change. And from morning onwards, we have had the pleasure of listening to some very interesting presentations, which we will continue in this post-lunch session as well. And as such, the very first presentation up next is abstract number 129, titled Value of Improved Weather Forecasts in Agriculture, a study in Minipe area, Sri Lanka. We now take a look at the presentation.
I am Madhubha Shirvaniveda from Faculty of Agriculture, University of Peradeniya. The topic of this study is Value of Improved Weather Forecast in Agriculture, a study in Minipe area, Sri Lanka. This is the outline of this study. In each topics will be discussed through this presentation. First of all, I will give brief introduction. Agriculture production is heavily dependent upon weather and climate. The impact of agriculture by natural disasters imposed by climate change causes significant economic losses, causing many rural families to fall into poverty. Timely and accurate weather and climatic information is needed to successfully conduct the farm operations such as land preparation, planting, fertilizer application, and harvesting. Adaptation to climate change include the extreme events such as drought and floods. In this slide, I will explain problem justification. At present, the Department of Agriculture prepares and disseminates agromet advisories based on the information received from the Department of Meteorology. However, the current agromet forecasting system is very inefficient in terms of accuracy, reliability, timeliness, and the dissemination mode as perceived by the farmers and field officers. With the availability of ICT tools, there is a potential for the private sector to provide timely and accurate weather products. However, provision of better agromet advisories in correct time with reliability is not cost-free. Therefore, valuing improved weather agromet advisory is important. These are the research questions and objectives of this study. The first research question is, what are the relative importance of different aspects or characteristics of an improved weather forecasting system? The second research question is, what is the overall value farmers' willingness to pay to obtain an improved weather forecasting system? These are the corresponding objectives of these research questions. Random utility model was selected as a theoretical framework. Random utility model emphasizes consumer-derived utility from the characteristics of the product rather than from the product itself. Hypothesis of the random utility model is every individual is a rational decision maker for maximizing utility relative to his or her choice. By expanding random utility model, choice model was built. In this slide, I will explain random utility model by equations. Indirect utility function of ith individual for the jth alternative is equal to systematic components of the ith individual for the jth alternative plus random unobserved components of the ith individual jth alternative. If an alternative j is superior to alternative k, that means individual would choose alternative j instead of the k. From this slide, I will explain method that I followed. Stated prevalent technique. Choice modeling was selected as a valuation technique. The selected experimental design was partial balance incomplete block design. The target population was farmers coming to who cultivate maize in 2020 in Minipe area, Sri Lanka. Sampling framework was maize farmers registered at the Moria and Ulpathagama Agrarian Service Center. Sampling method was simple random sampling. Sampling size was 30 farmers household. Unit of analysis was farmers household that cultivate maize in 2020 in Minipe area, Sri Lanka. From this slide, I will explain design stages for the choice modeling. The first stage was selection of attributes. It was done through literature reviews. The second level was design of the levels. It done through literature reviews by considering drawbacks of the current available forecast system in Sri Lanka and further discussion with officers of the farmer organization and extension officers. Through mobile or land form, it can be free or cost selected as a mode of payment. In this table, you can see selected attributes and levels. The first one is the update frequency. The levels of the update frequency was short term and seasonal. The second one is specificity. The levels of specificity was crop specific and site specific. The third one is additional information. In here, the levels are information on quantity demanded and information on selling price and market location. The fourth one is a mode of delivery. The levels are interactive, responsive system and app. The fifth one is the cost to the farmer. The selected levels for the cost to the farmer is 100 rupees per season and 150 rupees per season. The third stage was choice of experimental design. There were 5 attributes and 2 levels for each attribute. That means there were 32 combinations. So that 32 combination cannot use all estimate because information overloaded and the reduced accuracy of the responder preference evaluation. To that, reduce the number of alternative, use partial balance incomplete dog design. The fourth step was construction of the choice sets. There were 2 blocks. Constructed the paired alternative in each choice set and constructed 15 choice sets in each block to offer each respondent only 1 block. After that, data collection was done. In here, pre-testing was done with 3 farmers, then execution of the survey, distributed questionnaire with the information sheet for randomly selected farmers, and issues in the peering questionnaires were clarified to the phone calls with farmers. Questionnaires answers were collected from the farmers' food phone calls. Then the data analysis part. Binary logistic regression analysis was selected as a quantitative data analysis, and frequency analysis was selected as a qualitative data analysis. Create hardware utility for the attribute 1, it is equal to coefficient of attribute 1 divided by the minus coefficient of willingness to pay multiplied by level of the willingness to pay. So in the value input to the forecast system, it is equal to sum of the part of utility. To find the relative importance of the service attributes, it's equal to fractions between part of utilities attribute 1 divided by the total economic value of the service. Let's frame profile of the sample by considering demographic characteristics of the head of the household. The majority of the farmers were male, and the majority of the farmers have grade 6 to grade 11 education, and the majority of the farmers were between 60 to 70 years old. That household characteristic, the majority of the farmers' household had grade 12 to grade 13 education level. When considering total farming income per season, the majority of the farmers' household earn between 50,000 to 75,000 per season. And when considering total non-farming income per month, the majority of the farmers' household earn 10,000 to 20,000 per month from non-farming activities. In this slide, you can see the technology availability for the receiving weather information. The most of the farmers have both button and smartphone in their household, and 37% of the farmers have only smartphone in their household. In considering agriculture characteristics, the majority of the farmers were engaged in the crop cultivation, and they have 20 to 30 years farming experience, and they had period natural disaster experience on agriculture activities. Climatic information service, most of the farmers were not aware about the agromet advisory system that provided by the Department of Agriculture. The main source of obtaining weather information is media, and 100% of the farmers would like to have improved agromet advisory system. You can see the binary logistic model for this study. This is the equation study. Result of the binary logistic regression analysis at when considering 90% confident interval, all the attributes were has significant effect to the choice. In the binary, in this column you can see what I call it as 1. In this column you can see what I call it as 0. Coefficient of is class value, that means the most reference level is that I call it as 1. Here all the coefficients are positive, that means that I call it as 1 is most reference level. According to that, the most reference combination is crop specific, seasonally update, price, and interactive responsive system. Part of utility, specificity, for the specificity, it's around 85 rupees per season. To update frequency, it's around 66 rupees per season. To additional information, it's around 178 rupees per season. To mode of delivery, it's around 62 rupees per season. To the forecast system is equal to 393 rupees and 69 cents per season. The importance of the attributes in improved to the forecast system. The most important attributes is additional information, then accuracy, after that update, then mode of delivery. Let me conclude the research. To estimate value of improved weather forecast system, the selected attributes were specificity, update frequency, market information, and mode of delivery, and cost of the farm. Data was collected from farmers community who cultivate maize in 2020 in Meribe area, Sri Lanka. According to analysis, there is a potential demand for the improved weather forecast system in presence of climate change. The value of improved weather forecast system, it's around 393 rupees per season. The most reference level were crop specific seasonally update, information on selling price and market location, and interactive responsive system. The most relative important attribute is additional information about market. These are the implications of this study. This is the best opportunity to private sector to providing input agromet advisory as an additional package of services, including digital and ICT-based solution and market information to farmers' hand. Further researches can be conducted for the different geographical area with large sample size. Other references? Thank you.
We'd like to thank the presenter, and if presenter of abstract number 129, if you could confirm your presence and whether you could confirm whether you can hear us clearly.
Yes, I can hear you.
Thank you very much. We now move on to the question and answer session. I'd like to hand it over to the panel.
Thank you very much, Mr. Anavira. I hope you can hear me clearly.
Madam.
Okay. Mr. Anavira, it's very interesting research. May I know that whether you have conducted your research on maize only?
Yes,
I
conduct this research for maize farmers only.
Yeah, why you have selected maize only in this Minipe area? Because it's any interest in any particular reason to select only these farmers?
Yes, in the Minipe area, the majority of the farmers cultivate paddy. But availability of water, the farmers cultivate maize in yellow season. So that farmers had some issues in water availability. Because of that, I selected maize farmers for this research study.
Now you said that if the services or kind of additional information, if agrarian or somebody can give to those farmers, that would be much beneficial. So what kind of information that do you think the agrarian services should have to give to these farmers? Information means information on climate change.
In here, I mainly focus into the forecast system. The agrarian service center should have to give improved weather agromet advisories for the farmers.
Have you completed your answer? That
yes, I completed.
Okay, means that what did you say, that what kind of advices that you supposed to give to farmers?
Agriculture, it's a combination of agriculture advisories and the meteorology. So how to give farmers agromet advisory service.
Okay. And also that what about the market information and all?
Yes, in this package there were already have available crop specific seasonally update weather forecast and the information on selling price and market locations also, because the farmers need all these details to get their decision at correct time. Because of that, that attributes were selected to this package.
Right. So do you expect that they have all details like advices to if they are changing their crop related to the climate change? So due to climate change, if they are changing their crop to maize, something else, so are they, do you think that they have those knowledge, or do you expect that those particular service to be provided to extend even with the information of that particular agriculture?
I expected that the farmers can get decision by see that information, they can get correct decision by this information. I expect it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your good presentation. And I have one question. Have you studied about the most of these farmers are having their own weather forecast system? Have you studied about that?
No, sir. I only
I only focus to the agromet advisories that provided by Department of Agriculture. According to that, I prepared this package.
Well, and thank you, presenter, for joining with the question and answer session. We move on to the next presentation for today. Abstract presentation number 92, titled Mango Tree Planting for Climate Change Challenges, Environmental and Financial Feasibility. We take a look at that presentation now.
First of all, welcoming all to this presentation. My topic is mango tree planting for climate change challenges, environmental and financial feasibility. I am Engineer Sabri, working as a civil engineer at Central Engineering Consultants Bureau. We'll move to the presentation. This is the outline of my presentation: introduction, methodology, results and analysis, and conclusion. We'll move to the introduction. Climate change is already happening. Temperatures are rising, drought and wildfires are starting to occur more frequently. Rainfall patterns are shifting, glaciers and snows are melting, and global mean sea level is rising. To mitigate the climate change, we must reduce or prevent the emission linked to the human activities. Conservation and restoration are the natural solution to increase the carbon storage to prevail over greenhouse gas emission in landscapes. Normally, the general public is not interested in planting trees that could contribute mitigating climate change to some extent. That's what this study is conducted with the objective of to identify the feasibility of implementing community-based mango tree planting to overcome prevailing climate change challenges. The methodology of this study. For this study, the Sammandure Divisional Secretariat Division in Eastern Province was selected. The field survey, interview, and site inspection and questionnaire service were used together. The basic primary data, culture, and divisional secretariat division office. The secondary data were collected from the DST annual report and census department reports. Initially, public interest in planting a mango tree was assessed. After that, the soil pH value and soil condition were measured at 10 different locations within the study area. And for the mango tree were evaluated. Finally, the cost and technical and financial and environmental benefit were and we'll move to the results and analysis part of the study. The survey, the public interest shows a good of the general public out of the survey were willing to plant as well as 12% of the public shows interested to as commercial farming. And soil condition for the mango trees. These are the requirements. To grow a mango tree, it should be a tropical and subtropical region, but the study area is tropical region. Also, the elevation should be within the 1,300 meter of elevation, but this study area fall between the 15 and 30 meter of the elevation. If we see the temperature, it's also slightly fall within the range. The study area normally has the average annual temperature between 26 to 32. If you see the annual rainfall, it should be between 500 to 200 millimeter, but study area shows the results of 550 to 600 millimeter average annual rainfall. Shows the positive results, as well as the soil pH fall in the study area. We have tested 10 locations. Those results shows that 4.9 to 5.2 pH value. The financial analysis. The study area will be benefited by 84 million as NPV with the IRR rate of 67%. We have analyzed the NPV value for the value for discount rate from 4 to 10, but it's decreased from 850 million to 450. But for in this case, as we have selected as development financing for as discount rate is 6. That's what the NPV value we given here is 684 million. Also, by implementing this project, it will increase the total productivity of country's mango product as 1% annually. Conclusion of this study. This proposed mango tree planting to prevailing climate change challenges in Sammanthurai area is financially and environmentally viable, as well as proposed planting is to be implemented to develop the nation and safeguard the environment with natural solution. Thank you very much, all.
Thank you very much for that presentation. Presenter of abstract number 92, are you here with us virtually? Can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Thank you very much. Thank you. We can hear you as well. I direct you to the question and answer session with the panel.
Mr. Sabri, thank you very much for your interesting presentation.
Thank you very much.
Being a civil engineer, that it's very interesting that you are, I hope that you are a civil engineer in the CEC,
Yes.
CECB, and
Yeah.
putting your interest on the area in this mango planting. Probably by seeing the things that you have thought,
Yes.
this would be give a good benefits to the people as well as the area. Right. Okay. My question is now, you know about the temperature. You said that temperature is around 30 to 32 in Sammanthurai area. So
Yeah.
in mango tree, they expect the temperature to 32 up to 28 to 30. So
Yes.
with the climate change, we know that the temperature will rise. Okay,
Yeah.
not that drastically, but for some time. So have you predicted or have you thought of it when you are proposing this?
Yes, I thought about that one, but in the case, but we have in our home garden also there are mango trees, but even we realize, but in the meteorological statistic is said up to 32, but sometime we have experience about 36 degrees for during the drought period, but it's not affected the production
Have
of
you-
mango.
Have you
That's
thought of
what-
any variety, special variety
Yeah,
to,
yes.
for the market as well as for the
Yes.
growth and soil of this area?
Yeah, yes, in those area the famous is Kartakoluma. That's what I also very expensive also. That's what I selected for this study, the Kartakoluma variety 1 for this study.
Oh, thank you. Okay, for the panelists.
Yeah. I have one question from you, Mr.
Yeah.
Sabri.
Yeah.
And do you know the Sri Lankan contribution to the climate change is very low.
Very
comparing
less,
to other
very less.
developed,
Yes.
yeah, very,
Yeah.
very low.
Yes.
It is all right, but the tree planting is a good thing for the point of view of environment, I mean, environment point of view. But if you do the mango plantation by cutting forest, it will be negatively
Yes. Yeah.
affect.
But,
That
yes.
also we have to think.
But,
I don't know.
I have proposed here. Actually, it was a proposal because I have engaged with some tree planting activities voluntarily with some organization. We are providing mango, not mango trees, trees and also gauges also. After 1 year onward, we can see even the roots. So that's what my intention was is if we give the mango tree to plant in a home garden, that will be long last because people also directly get benefited from those trees. That's what I went for the interest assessment. Again, it's gave me a good results. More than 90% of the public willing to plant because I know while I am living there, our peoples are very much like to eat the mango. So when we are proposing a solution, if the general public is interested to do such a solution, it may be very helpful for our environment also. That was the main intention in this study.
That means you are not proposing to forest and plant.
No.
You are proposing to plant
No. It is purposefully in the home garden. That's what the 85% of the people will shows their interest to plant in their home garden. Therefore, we have to provide only 1 or 2 according to their actual home garden. Only 12% shows the interest to plant as commercial farming. There are some bare land is there. They are cultivating paddy again during the drought. They are not getting the water. Therefore, their investment was vanished. That's what those areas to be identified.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I have one comment. Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, you have done financial analysis here.
Yeah.
Details are there.
Yeah.
Do you have some environmental factors like temperature reduction, carbon dioxide reduction with the
No, because we all know the old trees will contribute some amount of it's obvious. Therefore, if I plant 1 lakh tree in those 65,000 kilometer square area, it will be a huge
with the area
contribution. Yes, yes.
Mr. Sabri, because it's very interesting and being there that you are thinking of how you are going to contribute to the climate change, though it's not your profession. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, presenter. We'd like to thank you once again and move ahead with other presentations. Up next is abstract presentation number 118, spatio-temporal fluctuation of surface urban heat island effect and vegetation cover in humid climate zone in China. We take a look at that presentation now.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Silva. My topic is spatio-temporal fluctuation of surface urban heat island effect and vegetation cover in humid climate zone in China. Urban area with higher air or land surface temperature than the surrounding rural area is known as the urban heat island effect. By the year 2050, United Nations has predicted that more than 66% of the world population will be living in the urban areas. The investigation of urban heat island spatio-temporal variation, its characteristics and their impact factors can help people make more effective urban sustainable development strategies. There are three types of urban heat islands: surface urban heat island, canopy layer urban heat island, boundary layer urban heat island. Surface urban heat island defined as the land surface temperature in urban areas that is higher than the surrounding rural areas. This study will only focus about the surface urban heat islands. SHI has been studied in several climate zones across the world. It is found that the dominant factors are different in different places. The humid climate zone region in China is highly urbanized area such as the Yangtze River Delta, Pearl River Delta with obvious SHI. My objective is by using land surface temperature from MODIS from year 2003 to 2013, the spatial temporal variation of SHI of 7 cities located in humid climate zone in China was investigated, combining with axial optical depth, white sky albedo, normalized difference vegetation index. The drivers of SHI variation will be further analyzed. This study can provide scientific support for the urban heat stress mitigation and urban sustainable development. According to the Köppen-Geiger climate classification, CFA and CWA are the two categories that belong to the humid climate zone. The study period is from 2003 to 2013. That's LSD data are retrieved by MYD11A2 MODIS product. NDVI data are retrieved from MYD13A2 MODIS product. WSA data are retrieved by MCD43C3 MODIS product. AOD data retrieved from MYD04_3K MODIS product. Correlation analysis is done by the IBM SPSS statistics software using the Pearson's correlation method. Then results and discussion. In the diurnal analysis of SHI, we can say overall most cities showed higher daytime SHI than in the night time, except Nanchang, Nanjing, and Wuhan cities. Seasonal variation of SHI shows the highest daytime SHI usually occurred in summer season and the lowest is usually in winter season for each cities. But in the night time, almost every city had the highest SHI in autumn season and the season with the lowest varied from city to city. Annual spatial variation of SHI. Shanghai city had the highest daytime and lowest nighttime SHI compared with other cities. The lowest nighttime and the highest nighttime SHI were both recorded in Nanchang. SHI intensity of most cities during the daytime and nighttime fluctuated between 2 to 3 Celsius degrees. Seasonal analysis of daytime spatial SHI shows summer season has the highest SHI in Hefei city and the lowest in Nanchang city in the winter season. Only Nanchang city has a negative value in autumn season. Almost every city has the highest in summer season except Jieyang and Nanchang cities. In night time, highest recorded in Nanjing in spring season and the lowest in Shanghai in summer season. Every city peaked in autumn season except Jieyang and Nanjing cities. Almost every city fluctuated between 1.5 to 3 Celsius degrees. Relationship of annual SHI and impact factors. The relationship between NDVI and both daytime and nighttime SHI was insignificantly positive. The correlation between nighttime AOD and SHI was insignificantly positive. The relationship between WSA and daytime SHI showed a moderate negative correlation, and in the nighttime it reversed the effect itself. The relationship of seasonal SHI and impact factors. Vegetation played an important role in summer and winter seasons. Since the correlation between NDVI and SHI were significant, correlation can aerosols can significantly enhance SHI during spring and summer night times. WSA was negatively correlated with daytime winter SHI and summertime, nighttime summer SHI. As a conclusion, for diurnal variation in daytime, average annual SHI was higher than the average nighttime SHI intensity in most cities. For seasonal variation, the highest daytime SHI was usually occurred in summer and the lowest SHI usually occurred in winter for each cities. But in the night time, almost every city had the highest SHI record. In autumn season and the season of lowest value varied from city to city. For spatial variation, Shanghai city had the highest daytime and the lowest nighttime SHI compared with other cities. Seasonal spatial variation of SHI showed the highest daytime SHI recorded in summer, and it was in Hefei city. The lowest was in Nanchang in winter season. Our results suggest that increasing vegetation cover and albedo of urban areas can help to mitigate the SHI effect. Also, the reduction of AOD in cities is beneficial to mitigating the adverse effect of SHI. Thank you very much.
We thank you for that presentation. We hope that the presenting author is here with us virtually. Can you
Yes,
hear
sir.
us clearly?
Yeah, I can hear you. Hello.
Presenting author, are you able to hear us clearly?
Yes, I can. Yes, I
Right,
can.
thank you. We now move on to the question and answer session. I'd like to hand it over to the panel.
Okay.
Hello, Mr. Silva, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. Yes, I can hear you. Hello.
Yes, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
Are you audible? Right, okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much for your interesting presentation. I have a few questions. One is regarding your graph that you have showed that relationship of seasonal SUHI and impact, and you have shown a scatter diagram, but you have drawn a line and tell us, you have said that the relationship is there is a relationship, but what we have seen is that your graphs are almost scattered and you can't draw a line using particular spots or the dots or the data. So can you comment on it? I think you can share your presentation now, don't you?
Actually, currently I don't have the presentation with me right now.
Right. Because when you are drawing a diagram, specifically when we can draw several lines here and there, but you have to anyway this take this as a comment.
Okay.
But make sure that those when you are drawing a line, that you have to make sure that it's really line on and get a particular value. Otherwise, that you will come up with the wrong decision, so wrong conclusion. So that's
Okay.
one thing.
Okay.
Okay,
Okay.
my next question is regarding that you have done a lot of decisions, a lot of conclusions. So you have done with these cities in China. So how you are going to apply particular things to Sri Lanka?
I was studied in China as my bachelor. So I did in my university area. I am hoping to do the same research on Sri Lankan cities, but I haven't done it yet.
Yeah, the data available, I think it's better to do something and see whether this, let's say like a heat island effect in cities in Colombo, it is
Yeah,
cities in
okay.
Sri Lanka, right? Okay, so
Okay.
this another request. Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Okay. And the questions that, thank you very much for joining with us. Thank you, Silva. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you once again, presenter. We now move on to abstract presentation number 132 on the topic preliminary chemical analysis of microplastics in the mid canal in Kandy, Sri Lanka. Let's take a look at the presentation.
My presentation is on the preliminary chemical analysis of microplastics in the mid-canal in Kandy, Sri Lanka. These are the contents of my presentation. Let's first move on to the introduction. The WWF made waves by announcing that an average person could be ingesting up to 5 grams of plastic per week and that it was equivalent to that of a credit card. We now know that this claim has been backed by studies because microplastics have been detected in drinking water, shellfish, beer, as well as salt, and they have also been found in the human placenta and the intestine. In addition to this, microplastics have been found in myriad environments, including soil, fresh water, and marine water. So what are plastics? Plastics are synthetic or semi-synthetic polymers which are manufactured from hydrocarbons, and they're used extensively because they are lightweight, inert, and durable. But the durability of plastics is somewhat of a double-edged sword because when a plastic breaks down, its fundamental structure scarcely changes. Instead, it becomes plastics of smaller size, yielding microplastics. So the term microplastics is actually an umbrella term that was used to describe a mixture of plastic particles, and it was first introduced in 2004 to describe microplastic fragments which were about 20 micrometers in size. It wasn't until 2008 that a working definition for microplastics was proposed, and this was at a meeting hosted by the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, which is also referred to as NOAA. According to this, plastic particles which were less than 5 millimeters in diameter are regarded as microplastics, and this definition is biologically sound and it is used extensively to date. But as of now, there is no internationally agreed definition for the size of a microplastic, and as a consequence, it makes comparison of data across different studies tedious. We know that microplastics are omnipresent, but are they injurious to health? By virtue of their small size, they are easily ingested and they are made bioavailable through food webs. Because they have a large surface area, various toxins could get adhered to it, and these toxins could be introduced into food chains. Once ingested, they are viewed as foreign particles by a host organism, and this could trigger immune responses. So it's understood that microplastics do pose a risk to our health, and we also know that it is generated primarily due to human activities, and they get accumulated in both terrestrial and aquatic environments. So to assess the implications of microplastic pollution, it's understood that more research has to be conducted on the occurrence of microplastics. Research alluding to marine microplastics is plentiful, but those involving inland waters are scarce, and it's even less so with regard to Sri Lanka. So this research investigates the occurrence of microplastics in fresh water, and the samples will be analyzed both qualitatively and quantitatively for any microplastics present. So the water body investigated is the mid-canal in Kandy. The reason for choosing this is because it is the most polluted surface water body in the district, and it also falls to the Mahaveli River, which serves as a source of drinking water. So let's take a look at the method employed. There are a few precautions to be taken. It's imperative that you wear cotton clothes while conducting research, and rubber gloves cannot be used. Instead, nitrile powder-free gloves should be used. All the equipment used should be made out of glass or metal, and they should be covered when not in use. This is to prevent contamination by airborne microplastics. And the membrane filters which are used in this experiment should be kept covered when not in use, and they have to be stored in glass petri dishes. So there is no standard analytical method to identify microplastics, but the Knoll method is the most popular, so that was employed in this research. So if we take a look at the density of plastics and compare it to that of fresh water, it's understood that the microplastics tend to float. Because of this reason, most of the studies involve sampling surface water or the water column, and this was done in this experiment as well. Sampling was done during the wet season, and samples were procured approximately at the same time of the day, and they were sourced along the mid-canal at 3 equidistant locations. The reason for doing this is to prevent any biases from occurring, and for each sample, that is for each location, 3 replicates were taken, and each replicate amounted to 100 liters of water. The samples were volume reduced, that is, rather than analyzing the bulk sample, the samples were volume reduced at the site itself, and then the samples were analyzed in the laboratory. The first step is to dry the samples, and to do this, you need to heat it in an oven for about 60 degrees Celsius. So a temperature of 60 degrees Celsius was conducive for this so as not to degrade the microplastics present. And then it was subjected to wet peroxide oxidation. This is done to digest any organic matter that is present. For this, hydrogen peroxide is used and ferrous sulfate is used as a catalyst. This has to be repeated up until no organic matter is seen. Once this is complete, the density of the mixture has to be increased. This is to facilitate the flotation of microplastics. To do this, sodium chloride is added. Once this is done, the samples are subjected to density separation. So this is done by transferring it to a separatory funnel, and it is allowed to settle overnight. So the settled solids at the bottom would be discarded, and the top layer, which includes the floating solids, are going to be collected, and it would be filtered through membrane filters. So for this, cellulose acetate membrane filters with a pore size of 0.45 micrometers was used. And then the filter was allowed to dry, and it was visually inspected for any microplastics present. So visual identification was done using a stereo microscope coupled with a camera, and the specifications of the instruments used are given in this slide. If we take a look at the results, the first step is to determine the lowest detection limit, that is to identify what the smallest microplastic that can be detected is. This is essentially the size of a pixel, and the size of a pixel is calculated using the specifications of the instruments. So once this is done, the smallest microplastic that can be detected was found out to be 86.3 nanometers. But these photographs have a high resolution, and also it's virtually impossible to detect a pixel by the naked eye. So a lower limit of detection had to be chosen, and it was established to be 5 micrometers. The reason for choosing this is because microplastics detected in aquatic samples, they usually fall within the 5 to 20 micrometer range. These are some of the microplastics observed. So these are blue microplastic fibers. Here a red fiber is visible, while this is a cluster of microfibers. This photograph shows a blue fragment, and in these photographs, blue, red, and yellow microplastic fragments can be seen. Across the 3 locations, that is, across all the 3 samples, there wasn't much of a variability in terms of morphology or color, and that can be seen in the results I'll be showing now. But in terms of morphology, across all the samples, fragments were the most predominant type, followed by fibers and films. And in terms of color, colorless microplastics were the most common, followed by blue and yellow microplastics. If we take a look at the numbers, the number of particles within these locations range from 2.05 to 4.98 particles per liter. And this amounted to an average of 3.22 particles per liter. So if we compare this with the values obtained from previous studies, it's understood that the mid-canal has a considerably high level of microplastics. Future prospects include the spectroscopic identification of the microplastics to determine the polymer types that are present. For this intent, you could either use Fourier transform infrared spectroscopy or micro-Raman spectroscopy, and both these methods have their own merits. For example, FTIR spectroscopy is fast and reliable, but it can only detect particles up to around 20 micrometers. In contrast, micro-Raman spectroscopy can detect particles to up to about 1 micrometer, but this method is slow and expensive. In conclusion, the NOAA method can be successfully applied to detect microplastics with a lower limit of 5 micrometers, and in this research, the mid-canal was found to contain a high amount of microplastic, and it is going to be about 3.22 particles per liter. The microplastics detected could be analyzed further using FTIR or micro-Raman spectroscopy. These are the key references I used. Thank you for listening to my presentation.
Thank you for your presentation. Presenting author, are you here with us? Can you hear us properly?
Yeah, I can hear you.
With that, we move on to the question and answer session for this presentation. I'd like to hand it over to the panel for the questions.
I hope that I am audible.
Yes, I can hear you, ma'am.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Vijayratna, regarding that very interesting presentation. on microplastic in the mid-canal in Kandy River. As you mentioned that the mid-canal is at the most polluted river, the canal which collected all the wastewater in the Kandy city to the Mahaweli River, if I am correct.
Yes,
Right?
yes, madam.
And of course that we know even in Colombo that there are, we found out this microplastic in many canals, urban canals in Colombo city. And as you mentioned that the river flows to the Mahaweli River, did you do any experiment with the drinking water, or that the Mahaweli River water in the Polgolla, let's say, reservoir regarding
Madam,
these microplastics? Yeah.
Yes, madam, I'm actually doing a research right now about drinking water. The results are like, because of ethical considerations, I can't tell you what it is because it's still ongoing. But yes, I'm doing a research about microplastics in drinking water right now.
You mentioned about the Polgolla reservoir water or the drinking water after treatment of the Polgolla.
Madam, the research is on drinking water in the Kandy district, yeah, it's not specifically Polgolla, but it's water that has been treated.
All right, thank you.
I have one question from you.
Yes, sir.
There is a water treatment plant operating with, I think, National Water Supply and Drainage, but it's Gannoru.
Yeah.
Have you seen any improvement of the Madala water after establishing of the treatment system?
It's like this. Usually, if it's a developed country, after this filtration and after the cleaning processes, about 90% of the microplastics will be removed. But in countries like Sri Lanka, it's like not that obvious, but to a certain extent, yes, it is removed, primarily because of the filtration methods and the physicochemical methods that are used during purification. So yes, there is a reduction.
No, actually, my question is now the most of the people are not discharging their waste with microplastic or whatever it is directly to the Madala now because of the treatment system. Then they discharge to the connected network.
Yes.
Then how the Madala can contaminate with other pollutant?
The thing is, sir, still, like, even when I was going to collect samples, it's obvious that certain houses, especially from households, still waste is going to be dumped into the river. And not just that, people directly dump garbage into the river. So it's obvious that there's a lot of microplastics there. There is no regulatory measures to prevent it, actually. But there might be in place, but in paper, it might be the case, but in practice, it's not the case.
I have a comment. You have done good analysis on microplastics, and I hope you are going further studies on this, no?
Yes, madam. I'll be doing microplastics in drinking water and also marine water.
Yeah. Then you can have more recommendations also. You can done for mitigatory measures included, no?
Yeah. Yes, madam.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, madam.
Thank you very much for your presentation and for joining with the question and answer session. We'd like to move on to our next presentation, abstract presentation number 76, and it's titled Quality of Fresh Air Supply to Central Air Conditioning Systems in Urban Areas of Sri Lanka. We now take a look at the presentation.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Dr. Anisha Vijayawardene from Department of Mechanical Engineering, University of Malappuram. Today, I'm going to talk about quality of fresh air supply to central air conditioning systems in urban areas of Sri Lanka. So, on average, human beings spend approximately 80 to 90% of their time in the environment, such as our houses, schools, manufacturing facilities, office buildings, production facilities. So controlling the indoor air quality is very important to improve the health and the productivity of the occupants. In general, infants, toddlers, older people, and people with cardiovascular or respiratory diseases are often susceptible to the adverse effects of the poor indoor air quality. So indoor air sources and the pollutants can be classified into two, indoor sources and outdoor sources. Indoor sources are combustion sources, cleaning agents, paints and other products, building materials, pet dander. And outdoor sources are harmful smoke and again volatile organic components. The pollutants are carbon monoxide, particulate matter, smoke, volatile organic components, ozone, and sometimes asbestos dust coming from your roofs, radon, and mold. So again, outdoor sources are very similar to most of the indoor sources. Carbon monoxide, particulate matters coming from chimneys and outdoor environment, and VOCs, volatile organic components. So the picture illustrates the sources of indoor air pollutants. So you can see if you have a car in your house, okay, so it has tailpipe emission. From the tailpipe, you have carbon monoxide and particulate matter. So if you have, any fireplace in your houses, okay, in Sri Lanka we don't have, but so those emit carbon monoxide and again particulate matter. In your washroom, there could be, wet moisture content is very high, therefore mold and bacteria could grow. So then from roofs and all the opening spaces, all the outdoor air pollutants can come into the condition, come into our houses. So animal hair and dander can come from your pets. And also from your kitchen, so there could be carbon monoxide and particulate matter, and from your washing machines and washing agents and etc. And from the soil, there could be radon and some volatile organic compounds, and ozone also could come into your space. So there are some symptoms of poor indoor air quality, and they are headache, fatigue, shortness of breath, sinus congestion, cough, sneezing, eye, nose, throat, skin irritation, dizziness, and nausea. So you can see as illustrated in this picture. So most of our body organs are affected by poor indoor air quality. For an example, your heart, your nose and mouth, and your brain, your eyes, your lungs, and your digestion system. So here I'm illustrating some indoor air quality health parameters, and I have picked PM 2.5, that is particulate matter 2.5, particulate matter 10, VOC, volatile organic components, and carbon dioxide. And here I have shown the level of health concern from different ranges of these parameters. So you can see if the particulate matter 2.5, if the levels are above 35 micrograms per cubic meter, and if it is PM10, if the micrograms per cubic meter is above 155, and if it is VOC, if it is about 300, and if it is CO2, if the ppm is above 1000, it is not healthy for sensitive groups such as infants, toddlers, elderly people, and people who have cardiovascular disease and respiratory diseases. So therefore, we have to be very much concerned about these groups. So, and the other thing is most of these, the pollutants like PM 2.5 and PM10 and VOCs can be removed from different filters like air purifiers, HEPA filters, and etc. However, what happened to the carbon dioxide? So let's see some interesting facts about carbon dioxide, because most of the people we are ignoring about the presence of carbon dioxide. Average adult exhale around 35 to 40,000 ppm carbon dioxide. So average outdoor CO2 concentration was used to be 300 ppm well before 1950, before the urbanization and industrialization of the world. So however, due to the urbanization and the industrialization, so we used to emit so much carbon dioxide, and hence the current outdoor CO2 concentrations are about 400 ppm. It's very high. So in urban areas, this outdoor CO2 level could go above 550 ppm. So this is very high. So generally accepted upper limit for indoor carbon dioxide level is 1000 ppm. That is the generally accepted value. So however, if you fully close your environment such as your doors and floors, so this value could go 3000 ppm, because when the occupants are present in the indoor space, we exhale and then all of those carbon dioxide will accumulate inside the environment. So therefore, most of the time, if it is a closed environment, CO2 levels could rise. So then this level can be reduced to 1600 by opening the windows and doors, right? So CO2 concentration of a typical air-conditioned closed-door bedroom used by two people peaked about 3000 ppm after 8 hours of sleep. So see, so if you have an air-conditioned system and if you want to, close your bedroom without having any, ventilation, outdoor ventilation options, so you are in a big danger because those values could go to 3000 ppm. So you can see the CO2 levels and related health risks. So you can see if the CO2 level, if the indoor CO2 level is above 1000, so you will have some drowsiness and poor air quality, so you can't concentrate. So therefore your productivity goes down. So therefore you have to keep in your mind upper limit for indoor CO2 level is 1000 ppm. In 2019, we conducted a survey in Colombo. So that survey was done in a high traffic congested area in Colombo 1. And what did we do was we picked a couple of office buildings in Colombo 1, and all of those buildings were provided with 20% fresh air. And then the air conditioning was provided by central air conditioning system. What we found was around 8 a.m. the outdoor CO2 level is around 900 ppm, and the respective indoor CO2 level is 1100 ppm, and around 2 p.m. the outdoor level is 1100 ppm, and the respective indoor CO2 level is like 2000 ppm, and around 4 p.m. the outdoor level again dropped to 1000 ppm, and also indoor CO2 level also dropped to 1500 ppm. So therefore you can see if the traffic congestion is very high, so those outdoor CO2 level could go for very high values. So therefore, ventilation is very important, and reducing the CO2 level also in the environment is very important. Otherwise, people will have different problems. So the productivity of the people will go down. Then if you take the production facilities and office building, the workers will not work at all from their maximum productivity. So ventilation, let's see, what are the ventilation rate? If assuming your outdoor ventilation rate is around 400 ppm, so we can, by looking at this table, you can see if you provide like 50 to 20 cubic feet per minute per person of outdoor air for an indoor environment, so you can maintain the indoor CO2 level as by the guidelines and the standard, that is 1000 ppm. So this value is based on the assuming that outdoor CO2 level is about 400 ppm. So, but if the higher outdoor CO2 concentrations need more ventilation airflow, for an example, in our case study that we found that in Colombo around 8 a.m., 9 a.m., 10, 12, always, so if the traffic condition is very high, outdoor CO2 level is like above a 900, then that means so you have to provide more, outdoor air conditioned space in order to maintain the indoor air quality. So ventilation can be provided by two methods: natural ventilation and the active ventilation. So if it is natural ventilation, of course, you can open your windows, doors, and doors. But if it is active ventilation, you have to use a mechanical ventilation and air conditioning system. So for an example, this is a central air conditioning system with air handling unit. You can see this is our conditioned space. And this is where we supply fresh air to the air handling unit. So you can see that fresh air then processed after circulating through the cooling coil, which is attached, which is connected to the chiller. So then this is one of the methods that we can provide the ventilation if your conditioned space is provided with air conditioning. So then if the outdoor CO2 levels are very high, then providing only outdoor fresh air to the conditioned space in order to to maintain the CO2 levels, it is not going to be worked. So therefore, you will have to use a carbon capturing method. So there are some carbon capturing methods like absorption method, adsorption method, membrane method, biological and cryogenic systems. So then by using any of those methods, you can remove the carbon dioxide from the fresh air that is supplied to the conditioned space. So then by doing so, you can regulate the indoor CO2 levels in the indoor environment. So reduce the CO2 concentration before supplying it to the outdoor environment is very important. So then what we can do is if you take your central air conditioning system with air handling unit, you can locate your carbon capturing device just after the fresh air supply, or maybe in the recirculated air line, or just before the cooling coil. So then if you can maintain like 400 ppm just before supplying to the conditioned space, of course, you can maintain the maximum carbon dioxide level as 1000 ppm. So if the CO2 level exceeds that one, so that amount, so then you can release that air to the exhaust system. Right, so let's see what are the advantages of introducing CO2 capturing device in central air conditioning system. We can ensure the productivity and the health of the occupants in the indoor environment. That is one of the factor. And then we can reduce the CO2 concentration of supply air to an indoor environment. And then we can reduce the ventilation air flow rates. And finally, all of these things will reduce the energy consumption by the central air conditioning system to provide the required ventilation. Thank you.
Thank you for that presentation. Presenter, can you confirm whether you're here with us virtually
Yes,
and whether you can hear us clearly?
Yes, I'm here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will now direct you to the panel for the question and answer session.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vijayawardena, for your interesting presentation. And of course, that carbon dioxide and carbon monoxide in air in Colombo city is increasing day by day. And it's getting problematic, and your solution is really good that introducing a central air conditioning systems or the fresh air supply system. But however, that what's the technique that you are going to use in here? Yes.
Yeah, actually, what we are planning is to,
sorry that you are missed.
Yeah, I'm Dr. Anusha from University of Morator.
You are the presenter earlier. That it was a Mr. I thought that now Mrs. answering. So you are a co-author probably.
No, I'm the presenter. Yes.
Right. Okay. Please go ahead.
Right. Okay. Sorry for confusion. So I'm the presenter. So yeah, I'm Dr. Anusha from University of Monaco. Yes, that's a very good question, Professor. So actually, what we are planning is now, as I told you, the presentation in central air conditioning system, we are going to introduce a carbon dioxide scrubber. So actually, we are planning at the moment. We are designing. So we are going to look at 3 different methods. One is active carbon filters, and the second one is the zeolite, the scrubber with the zeolite chemical, and the other one is the with microalgae. So at the moment we are designing, we are still analyzing the performance of scrubbing the carbon dioxide from the fresh air stream just before supplying to the central air conditioning system.
Okay, thank you.
I have another type of question. Actually, what type of instrument you use for these measurements?
Actually, we are using air quality meter, environmental meter.
Sorry?
We are using an environmental meter to measure the carbon dioxide level and the carbon monoxide level and VOCs.
You mean the to get the CO2 and CO levels?
Yes, yes.
How about the accuracy of this?
Yeah, accuracy. Actually, last time when we used it, so it is like plus minus 1 ppm. The accuracy was just fine actually.
Thank you very much. We prefer to ask many questions from you, but now time is getting past, and therefore, thank you very much that we will contact you when we have some other questions in future.
Yes,
Thank
okay.
you.
Right, thank you.
Thank you once again for that presentation and for joining with the question and answer session. We move on to the final abstract presentation for today. Abstract presentation number 270, titled Efficacy of Biological and Chemical Treatments to Control Corium variegatum wilt disease caused by Fusarium species. Let's take a look at the presentation.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Utsula Vijayavardhana. Today I'm here to present my research findings with you. So, my research topic is efficacy of biological and chemical treatments to control Corium variegatum wilt disease caused by Fusarium species. Let us move to introduction part. As you all know, Sri Lanka is a country which is having agricultural background and it consists of different subsectors. And also, horticulture sector is one of the main foreign exchange earner in Sri Lanka. At present, export-oriented horticulture industry has shown a remarkable growth during its short history. Basically, there are small to large-scale growers and they play a marvelous role to bring the horticulture industry up. It includes 40 different private and 3 foreign companies involved in horticulture sector, such as Omega, Green, and Microflora. These growers have grown different horticulture items, including cut flowers and foliage plants. Out of foliage plants, when we talk about foliage plants, there are different species such as Dracaena species, Aglaonema species, and Corium variegatum. Out of these foliage plants, there is a higher demand for Corium variegatum due to its attractive foliage colors and varied leaf shapes. The croton or Corium variegatum is highly demanded in both local and exported market. But the rooted cuttings and cut leaves are highly demanded in export market than the rooted plants. When we talk about the constraints in foliage production development, there are a lot of constraints, but the higher incidence of pests and diseases and lack of information on pests and diseases are the major constraints currently faced by the growers. When we talk about the control methods of pests and diseases, most of the times farmers are tend to apply chemical pesticides than the biological control agents or biopesticides. It is due to higher reaction rate of the chemical pesticides. But chemical pesticides affect badly on the environment and as well as the human beings. So, biopesticide is a good solution to overcome the constraints which is caused by the chemical pesticides. Biopesticides are generally affect only on the target pest and pasture related organisms, and it is environmental friendly and are having high degradable rate. Now let us move to problem justification. A new disease of croton has observed in commercial croton cultivation in northwestern province, and the symptoms of the disease include vascular discoloration. At the severe stage of the disease, stunting and defoliation can be happen. Higher loss is recorded as the plant die within 2 years, and it may cause higher losses to the farmers. The general objective of this research is to increase Corium variegatum production in horticulture sector in Sri Lanka, and the specific objectives are to identify the causal organism of new disease of croton and to evaluate the efficacy of biological control agents and synthetic fungicides. The research was carried out at the Faculty of Agriculture and Plantation Management via the University of Sri Lanka. Now let us move to the material and methods, and these are the steps where the research was carried out. There are 4 steps. The first one is collection of samples, and the second one is identification and isolation of pathogen. Third one is in vitro screening, and the final one is statistical analysis. The first step is collection of samples. The disease cotton plants were collected from the commercial cotton cultivation in northwestern province by considering 4 stages of disease development. The second one is identification and isolation of pathogen. In here, 7 infected plants were used. In these picture shows a cross-section of a healthy plant and a cross-section of a diseased plant. In here, you can see black color discoloration of a disease cotton stem. Then surface sterilization of collar region and roots were done by using running tap water, 10% Clorox, 80% ethanol, and sterilized distilled water. After practicing the surface sterilization, culturing was done on PDA medium. Collar region and roots were cut into small pieces and aseptically cultured on PDA medium and incubated for 8 days at room temperature. And after that, subculturing was done to obtain the pure cultures. After obtaining the pure cultures, colony morphology and other characteristic features were observed using light microscope, and pathogens were identified using the keys and guidelines given by the WHOs. In here, we are going to discuss about the screening procedure of isolated pathogen. For the in vitro screening procedure, 3 biopreparations and 3 synthetic fungicides were used to test their efficacy on identified pathogen. The used biopreparations were Trichoderma viridae, Pseudomonas fluorescens, and Pseudomonas fluorescens plus Trichoderma viridae. And this used synthetic fungicides were Homitoxin and Thiram. All the dosages were used as the recommendation given by the manufacturers. Now let us move to the in vitro screening procedure of biopreparation. The poison food technique was used to test the efficacy of selected biopreparation, and these are the steps used to in vitro screening procedure. And now let us move to the in vitro screening procedure of synthetic fungicides. In here also poison food technique used, and the first step is required concentration of each synthetic fungicide for different treatments were prepared, and then PDF plates were prepared by incorporating 1 ml of each fungicide with 20 ml of PDA at 45 to 50 Celsius. After that, 5 ml plugs of 7 days old fungal cultures were aseptically transferred onto the center of agar plates. After that, all the culture plates were kept under room temperature and observed daily. Then, diameter of the fungal colonies were measured on agar plates when the diameter of same fungal colony in the control plates reached its maximum diameter. Normally, the maximum diameter was observed at 7th day after culturing. The mean value of 4 measurements were recorded, and then each petri plates in each replicate. And percentage inhibition of mycelial growth was calculated by using these formula. Discuss experimental design and statistical analysis. In here, completely randomized design was used as the experimental design with 7 treatment and 6 replicates in each. And then analysis of variance was used as used to analyze the data. Now let us move to results and discussion part. In here you can see in this picture shows the under and upper side of the causal organism of the disease. The color of this isolated pathogen was white in color. In here you can see a table which containing characteristic features of the pathogen. Normally it was taken 7 days to reach the maximum growth in 9 cm diameter petri plates, and the pathogens were isolated from the roots and collar region of the plant. And when we talk about the colony growth, it is adherent, smooth, and white in color. Concentric rings are prominent within the colony, and the sporulation was happened at the room temperature. And the macrochlamydia is sickle shaped, and it is having 3 to 4 septa. In here, you can see the picture of spores and mycelium of the isolated pathogen. According to the microscopic observation, mycelium was smooth and branched. In here, several septas also can be seen. And here you can see macroconidia of the isolated pathogen. It was sickle shaped and it is having 3 to 4 septas. It was observed that the same pathogen in different culture plates were having color variations. In 2003, Stamps and Osborne had been described that color and shape of the macroconidia of Fusarium species were not uniform on rich mediums such as PDA. In here, you can see the color variations of isolated pathogen PDA medium. According to the results, and keys and guidelines given by the RPOs, isolated pathogen was identified as Fusarium species. And also in 2011, Narasinghe and Karajan could have observed that the cotton planting nurseries of the northwestern province were infected with Fusarium species. The results of in vitro screening of synthetic fungicides and biopreparation. Statistical analysis on in vitro screening showed that treatment 3 and 4 were not significantly different, and also there was no any significant difference between treatment 2 and 3. The highest inhibition percentage was observed in treatment 4, which is containing Pseudomonas fluorescens, and the lowest inhibition percentage was observed in treatment 6, which is containing toxin. Now let us move to the conclusion part. The new disease of Crohn was due to a fungal infection caused by Fusarium species, and large quantities of few plant species in limited space may cause higher incidence of pests and diseases. When a large number of plants were grown in a limited space, the disease appearance was significant. 3 biocontrol agents recorded higher inhibition percentage than the synthetic fungicides. The tested biopreparations are having higher potential to control the disease effectively under commercial level, and according to the overall results, the best treatments to control isolate pathogen was Pseudomonas fluorescens. And Trichoderma viridae and Pseudomonas fluorescens are environmental friendly and hazardous-free biological control agents, and they are having higher potential due to the increasing demand for pesticide-free ornamental plants and production. According to the results, Trichoderma viridae and Pseudomonas fluorescens are having higher inhibition percentage than the synthetic fungicides. So it is finally conclude. It can be finally concluded that further studies are required to confirm the efficacy of biological control agents under commercial production, conditioned by setting up new application techniques and integrated strategies. In here, I am going to acknowledge these people to helping and guiding me to success this research. These are my references, and thank you. Hello.
Can you hear us?
Yes, ma'am, I can hear you.
Now you have done a good presentation regarding the foliage growth.
Thank you, madam.
In commercial grown product, no? And
yes, madam.
Biological control agent has been introduced, no? For the in which
Yes, madam.
area you have done in northwestern area? The
Sorry, madam.
Sample collected from northwestern area, no? From where you got the sample?
Madam,
northwestern area.
madam, I have yeah.
Hello.
Hello. Yes,
you
madam, I have
sample area, northwestern area, no? Only the northwestern area.
Oh yes, no, northwestern province, madam.
Province, yes. Now you have produced, you introduce a biological control agent. And,
Yes,
and what are the further studies you hope to do with this?
Madam, in here I have only conducted the research for under in vivo conditions. So on the next step is I am going to carry out the research for in vivo conditions.
And for the whole area, whole country, you can then you can collect samples from other areas also, not only to limited the northwestern area, no? Province?
Yes, madam. Yes, madam. I can do research, but currently I'm focused on northwestern province, madam.
Province, yes. Right. Thank you. Right. Okay.
Thank you, madam.
Thank you, presenter, for that very interesting presentation and for joining with the question and answer session. That brings an end to the abstract presentations, but we have 4 more poster presentations coming up. Moving on to the very first poster presentation of this session, poster presentation number 275 on the topic, Climate Change and its Impacts on Sri Lankan Reptile Fauna, a Preliminary Study.
Good afternoon. I am Madhav Gote. My presentation is on climate change and its impact on Sri Lankan reptile fauna, a preliminary study. Climate change is inevitable, but due to human activities, the rate of climate change has surpassed the rate of adaptive variation of many species. Sri Lanka is a biodiversity hotspot, which is rich in reptile assemblages. Even though the threats faced by reptiles are extensively studied, effects of climate change scenarios on reptiles are very much understudied in Sri Lanka. Therefore, through extensive literature survey and field infusion, we recorded the ecophysiological effects that can occur on Sri Lankan reptiles to understand knowledge gaps and future research needs. Effects of rising temperature. One of the most direct and predictable effects of climate change is an increase in mean air temperature, which has also been clearly identified as a major threat to reptiles. Being cold-blooded animals, reptiles depend on external environmental temperatures to optimize their body temperature. Thus, changes in air temperature affects their physiology and behavior. Due to increasing air temperature, population reduction of range-restricted and slow-moving species are evident. Furthermore, point endemic reptiles, particularly those occupying higher elevations, can be pushed to brink of extinction as warming climate shifts beyond along altitudinal gradients. Habitat fragmentation restricts reptiles from moving from unfavorable habitats to favorable habitat. Due to the increase of metabolism and changes in distribution, increases in incidence of snake spikes are also being recorded. Oviparous reptiles undergo temperature-dependent sex determination. Thus, temperature changes affects gender composition of population, changing population dynamics. Alterations in incubation temperature leads to underdeveloped, less active individuals, reduce learning abilities, and hinders anti-predation behavior. Effects of changing rainfall. In Sri Lanka, the monsoon systems has already been observed to have changed drastically, and seasonal rainfall anomalies are already evident. A decrease in rainfall frequency, prolonged drier period, increases in the intensity of extreme rainfalls, and increased frequency of flooding are now evident. Egg dehydration and moisture stress during embryonic development leads to decreased hatchling size. Population decline due to favorable habitats getting drier. Alterations in egg-laying behavior due to inundation of nesting grounds, and some of the effects of rainfall changes. Effects of water temperature changes. Water temperature is one of the most important factors which directly affects fitness, reproductive traits, and geographical distribution of aquatic reptiles. Nesting periods of sea turtles are correlated with water temperature, thus warmer waters decrease the extent of nesting season. The geographical distribution of aquatic reptiles also clearly depend on the availability of their prey and changes their foraging areas and availabilities of food resources can also be dependent on rising water temperature. Rising sea levels are one of the major threats due to climate change. Submersion and erosion of beaches results in reduction of suitable sea turtle nesting sites, which increases embryonic mortality and reduces reproductive success. Rising sea level increases salinity intrusion into freshwater habitats, which affects the population distribution, reproduction, and habitat association of freshwater dwelling reptiles. Increased level of human-crocodile conflict is an indirect effect of this constituent. Scientific knowledge on specific distribution under climate change scenarios in Sri Lanka is still limited. To fulfill these knowledge gaps, we propose that targeted conservation actions for Sri Lankan reptiles under climate change scenarios should be geared towards identifying environmentally sensitive areas to conserve significant ecosystems that are outside the protected areas and focusing on reptiles as an indicator taxon. This can be achieved by conducting studies on climate change impacts on reptiles and ecosystems they associate. Identification of indicator reptile species from long-term population monitoring and research priorities. Modeling impacts of climate change on reptile distribution patterns and range shifts. Impacts of climate change on their operational sex ratios and how execute conservation protect reptiles when their natural habitats become imperiled due to climate change. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Speaker, for that presentation. I believe you are joining with us virtually. Are you able to hear us clearly? Presenting author, are you able to hear us clearly? I believe we cannot hear you, presenting author.
Hello, can you hear us?
I can hear you.
Okay, we can hear you now clearly. I will delete. Yes, we can hear you. We will now move on to the question and answer session.
Did you select area for this study or considering whole island? Or?
This was a preliminary study which was conducted through a period of about 10 years. So it is not done in a particular area, but it's done throughout the whole country. Considered the whole country.
Based on whole country.
Mr. Botejo, can you hear us?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you clearly. Are we audible to you? Hello?
With the connection, when there is the issue.
Right.
Hello.
Sri Lanka, yeah, hello. In Sri Lanka, there are many reptiles, and
Yes, ma'am.
interesting study that what you have done about the reptile fauna.
Yes,
So,
ma'am.
but you know, when we consider in Sri Lanka, there are several climatic zones. So, have you done any study that how these reptiles are protecting, or what study area do you focus to carry on this study?
Not a particular area, madam. It is not done in a particular area. It is done
as the Sri Lanka is a reptile hotspot, there are many reptiles representing throughout the whole the locations throughout Sri Lanka. There are identified 7 reptile zones in Sri Lanka. So we have conducted this study for about 10 years time, throughout the whole island. So it's not in a particular area. It's covering the whole island.
Okay, thank you. It's very interesting study that we hope that you will your organization will present or will let us know that what to do with these reptiles and how you are going to give the solutions for protecting this reptile fauna in future.
Yes,
Thank
definitely,
you very
madam.
much.
Definitely. Thank you, madam.
Thank you, presenter. We now move on to the next poster presentation, which is once again based on climate change. Poster presentation number 273, titled Study of the Impact of Climate Change on Tea Production in Kandy District, Sri Lanka. Let's have a look at the poster presentation.
Have a great day, dear evaluator in the panel. I'm Sitara Jayawardena. I'm very much pleasure to presenting my research, ICEG 2021 International Research Conference organized by Central Environmental Authority. My research is study of the impact of climate change on tea production in Kandy District, Sri Lanka. This poster presentation is consist with abstract, introduction, objectives, research area, methodology, results and discussion, recommendation, conclusion, and references. First of all, I want to introduce my study. As we all know, climate change is far-reaching consequence as a global phenomenon. Sri Lanka is a highly vulnerable country to impact of this climate change. It is also common for tea, very sensitive crop to climate factors. With this background, this study was aimed to analyze how tea production affected by the variability of temperature and rainfall in the Kandy district from year 2006 to year 2019. In addition, soil moisture, solar radiation, and changing of monsoon rainfall pattern were also studied in the context of impact of these factors on tea production. This study also attempted to propose sustainable adaptation plan into tea cultivation in Kandy district. Now I come to my objectives. My primary objective is analyze how tea production affected by the variability of temperature and rainfall in Kandy district from year 2006 to year 2019. My secondary objective is analyze the relationship between soil moisture, solar radiation, and changing of monsoon rainfall pattern were also studied in the context of impact of these factors on tea production. Now I move to my research area. My research area is Kandy district. This feature 1 shows you mid-country wet zone in the agroecological map, and this feature 2 shows you close-up picture of my research area. Now I come to my methodology. Here the required data were collected from the secondary sources and required data were collected from the Meteorological Department of Sri Lanka and the Central Bank reports. Now I move to my research and discussion session. I mentioned above Kandy belongs to the mid-country wet zone in the agroecological map. In here, mean annual temperature was 24.7 centigrades and annual rainfall was greater than 75 millimeters and upper than 2,900 millimeters, and soil with a pH about 4.5 to 5.5. Solar radiation is around 1,600 transient hours per year. These conditions are congenial for optimum tea production in this region. These 2 graphs shows you how rainfall and temperature affected to the tea production during this period. Subject to all this data, the highest tea production in last 14 years has been recorded in million of 107.8 kilogram in year 2006. In year 2006, the maximum annual mean temperature was 29 centigrades and the minimum annual mean temperature was 90 centigrades, and the annual mean rainfall was 2,120.7 millimeters. The lowest production in this last 14 years has been recorded in 2019, and it was million of 94.9 kilogram. In the 2019, maximum annual mean temperature was
30 centigrades, and the minimum annual mean temperature was 20 centigrades, and the annual mean rainfall was 1,543 millimeters. As a comparison of tea production during this 2006 and 2019 2 years shows the rainfall and temperature are directly related to the tea production. There is a positive correlation between annual tea production and annual rainfall, and value is 0.6. In comparison, the month of January, March, and May were having high rainfall variability. Considering spatial variation of mean temperature, tea grows well within the temperature range 18 to 25 centigrades, and the air temperature below 30 centigrades growth decreases. Temperature coupled with radiation is key weather parameters and affected to tea production, particular soil moisture is limiting. A positive correlation existing between air temperature and tea yields when soil moisture is adequate. Now I come to my recommendation. I recommend sustainable adaptation method can mitigate those climate impact. Those are use of drought and heat tolerant tea cultivation, crop diversification, soil improvement and irrigation establishment, and management of shade trees and seasonal weather forecasting. Finally, I conclude my research. The study found that climate change is a sensitive factor for tea cultivation. That long-term exposure to can have a direct and indirect effect to tea production capacity. According to the findings, the study recommends that use of sustainable farming methods can lead to adaptation and mitigation climate change. Those are the few of references I used for my study. If you have any query, please let me know. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you, presenter. We'd like to now move on to the question and answer session. Are you able to hear us clearly?
Yes.
Okay, I will now hand it over to the panel.
Hello, Shyavardhana. I hope that you can hear us clearly.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, my question is now your title is Study on Impact of the Climate Change on Tea Production. So you have not talked about the tea production at all.
Yes,
what about the tea production?
Yes, madam, I cannot do all country in this study. I'm just only considering Kandy district tea production.
Yeah, so what is tea production? That have you observed that whether the reduction of tea production in Kandy city?
Yes. Yeah, ma'am.
But I haven't seen any value here. With the percent production, with you haven't mentioned the production, means present production or predicted production, nothing.
Madam, I just considering 2006 to 2019 year period tea production.
Right, okay, so you mentioned about the recorded as some value, but if I argue like this, let's say that, okay, Kandy district, the temperature is going to get reduced, but you know that we have the low-grown tea production, low-grown tea state, so we can consider the particular varieties to grow in the Kandy district to get that the whole production. So can we, what's your idea about it?
Yes, I think my recommendation, use of drought and heat tolerant cultivars can face to climate change in Kandy district in future climate change challenges.
Yeah, we know that the future, the climate change is coming anyway. Now, due to the climate change, we are going to have the high rainfall rather than the low temperatures. Yeah, however, thank you very much, but consider that also when you are presenting, not like that your abstract to be focused on the title also, right? Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you very much for that presentation and for joining with the question and answer session. Our third post presentation, number 186, titled Modeling Soil Gas Diffusivity in Undisturbed Soils, a Literature Study.
Hello everyone, all are welcome to my presentation. First of all, let me introduce myself. I'm Tarindi Lakshani from University of Peradeniya. Today in my presentation, I'll be discussing about modeling soil gas diffusivity in undisturbed soils. As you all know, greenhouse gas emissions are accelerating over last decade. Soils and soil ecosystems contribute production and transport of greenhouse gases. Also, gas migration through soil systems is linked to soil physical properties such as soil type, density, and moisture status. Measuring soil gas diffusivity is instrumentally challenging, therefore common to use predictive models to estimate soil gas diffusivity. Under the materials and methods, altogether 150 undisturbed soil samples were considered. After soil sampling process, all soil samples were saturated and then drained to obtain various moisture conditions. After that, soil gas diffusivity tests were conducted using one-chamber diffusion apparatus. By selecting Buckingham 1904, Millington-Kirk 1961, WLR Marshall and structure-dependent water-induced linear reduction as competitive widely used models, soil gas diffusivity modeling was done using statistical analysis with RMSE and bias calculations. Now I would like to move towards the results. First figure indicates the distribution of soil texture classes of all 150 soil samples. Soil samples were collected from 8 different locations and I have mentioned them in figure. As you can see here, except one clay layer, almost all the soil samples can be texturally characterized as sand or sandy soils. This figure shows an increasing trend of diffusivity with increase in air-filled porosity. Also, there is an increasing trend in diffusivity with increase of bulk density up to the range of 1.4 to 1.6 gram per cubic centimeter. I have shown using green colored triangles that density range. After that, again diffusivity values started to decrease. These 4 figures shows gas diffusivity model performance, diffusivity predicted values versus measured values. All the RMSE and bias values I have indicated in the figures. As you can see, WLR Marshall model shows the weakest performance, while structure-dependent water-induced linear reduction model shows the minimum RMSE and bias values. These last 2 figures, A and B, represents gas diffusivity values versus bulk densities under different suctions, PF value 1.7 and 2.0 respectively. Solid lines represent the prediction of gas diffusivity values of selected models, and these models capture diffusivity values only for middle range of density values. Also, both diffusivity peaks given by the range of 1.4 to 1.6 gram per cubic centimeter by medium dense soil. As you can see here, diffusivity peaks did not occur at the same density value. The second peak location was shifted towards higher density due to higher suction. It brings me to the end of my presentation. As conclusions, increasing bulk density enhanced diffusivity, but further increasing bulk density lowered diffusivity peak. Critical density window 1.4 to 1.6 gram per cubic centimeter yielded peak diffusivity at a given suction status. The location of peak shifted to a higher density at higher suction level and hence was moisture dependent. The structure-dependent water-induced linear reduction model accurately characterized the measured diffusivity data and statistically outperformed the other 3 models. Eventually, I would like to acknowledge for funding from Asia Pacific Network for Global Change Research Grant. Thank you for your attention. Have a nice day.
Thank you for that presentation. I believe the presenting author is joining with us. Are you able to hear us clearly?
Yes.
Thank you. I will now direct you to the question and answer session with the panel.
Lakshani, can you hear me? Hi,
Yes, I can.
Lakshani, now this is a literature survey, or that have you carry out any experimental study?
No, ma'am, this is totally literature survey. I received this data and did this one.
So you just discussed the literature data and provided this abstract.
Yes.
Okay. So, okay, let us know that why you have conducted such study, like what's the importance of finding this soil gas diffusivity?
Actually, yeah, my research is the density effect of on soil gas diffusivity in agricultural soils. So, according to my research and according to my observations, I could be able to observe gas diffusivity peak due to the effect of density window in agricultural soil. So, this observation actually we can use to agricultural management sites, but obviously here Sri Lankans we did not do that, but other countries they are using this observation for their agricultural site managements, especially for the animal stocking and the such as machinery stockings and due to the tillage and animal trading and like these agricultural implement activities, the density of the soil is varying. So if we can avoid this soil gas diffusivity window, we can minimize anyhow that harmful gas emission, because directly that greenhouse gas emission or that harmful gas emission flux directly proportional to the soil gas diffusivity. So that's why I did this one. I did this study.
Right, because that you were talking about many aspects of the soil, and but here it mentioned that you are from the Department of Civil Engineering. So I'm a bit curious on why you have conducted such study for related to the building, so like foundations or geotechnical engineering. So it was not like that. This for the agriculture, no?
No, ma'am, it's related to greenhouse gas emission, actually, indirectly related to.
Greenhouse gas emissions in soils. That's what you were.
Yeah, because that harmful gas emission flux, actually, emission flux directly proportional to the soil gas diffusivity. Currently, also I'm doing the research about this soil gas diffusivity.
Okay, related to agriculture, right? Very good study. Good luck. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, thanking that presenter for her presentation, we move on to the final poster presentation for this session. Poster presentation number 181, titled Identification of Microplastics in Selected Beaches of Jaffna District, Sri Lanka. Let's take a look at the poster presentation now.
Good evening, everyone. I'm going to present on identification of microplastic in selected beaches of Jaffna district, Sri Lanka. Jaffna is one of the districts in Sri Lanka surrounded by sea and lagoon, has fisheries as its major economic activity. Because of its beautiful beaches, tourism is also getting lots of attention. In recent times, microplastic pollution in marine water has become a hot topic. This microplastic varies in size between 0.001 millimeter to 5 millimeters and can be seen in two types majorly. One is primary microplastic, which are artificially synthesized, and secondary microplastic, which are fragmented from any plastic goods. Then we can move to the importance of the study. Pollution-free coastal environment can help to grow tourism and also help to healthy seafood production. Hence, there were no previous study on microplastic pollution in marine environment of Jaffna district. Current scenario of the microplastic pollution must be known. And does work can be an effective way to find out the reasons of microplastic contaminations and can be helpful to create awareness to the people and help government in suitable decision making for effective control and management of waste in marine environment. For the study, 5 beaches from Jaffna district were selected as study area, which are Casuarina, Mailiti, Akkarai, Moorkam, and Manakkara. Then we can move to the methodology part. Water, sediment, and soil samples were used and analyzed for the microplastic identification. For the water sample, 6 samples of water at surface, water at 50 centimeter depth, and water at 30 centimeter depth were collected. 100 milliliter of collected water with proper sampling was filtered through filter paper, and those filter papers are dried using an oven and observed under the dissecting microscope. For make sure the object, whether the object is microplastic or not, a hot needle was used. Then for the sediment sampling, 10 samples of sediments at 1.5 meter from shore and at 50 centimeter depth were collected using a metal pipe from each beach. 20 grams of collected sample with proper labeling was used for density separation, done using 1.2 gram per centimeter cube of sodium chloride solution. Then the solution with the beaker was shaken clearly using magnetic strider for 8 hours, for 8 minutes, and then settling down for 8 hours. Then the supernatant might have contained microplastic was filtered and dried using an oven and then observed under the dissecting microscope. Then for the soil sample, for a quadrate of 30 centimeter made in 5 different locations in the sampling area, and the sample was collected from upper layer of 2 to 3 centimeter. Like the 50 samples were collected from each beach. 20 grams of collected soil sample was used for density separation using 1.2 gram per centimeter cube of sodium chloride solution. After stirring and keeping down for settling down the supernatant, it was filtered using a filter paper, and those filter papers were dried using an oven and were observed under the dissecting microscope. Then we can move to the result part. From the soil sample, 17 microplastics were identified, in which 15 were microfibers with a length ranging from 19 to 188 micrometers and width ranging from 1 to 6 micrometers. Rest of the 2 were microfragment with length of 9 micrometer and width of 4 micrometer, and microfoam with a length of 56 micrometer and width of 22 micrometers were observed. And there were no microplastics were identified in sediment and water samples. From these results, it can be concluded that 88% of these microplastics were microfibers, 6% were microfoam, and 6 were microfragments. And these findings identify the characteristics and the presence of the microplastics in the studied area. These microplastics may have a detrimental effect on these ecosystems. So, a detailed research on the major sources of microplastic and the extent in these beaches is required. In the future work, replication of the sediment and water sample analysis have to be done, and live samples are going to be used for the analysis of microplastic. And thank you for this opportunity to present my research work here.
We'd like to thank you for that presentation. I believe the presenting author is joining with us virtually. Are you able to hear us clearly?
Yes, I'm able to clear you.
Thank you very much. I will now direct you to the panel for the question and answer session.
Can you hear us?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
You have done the microplastic study in the beaches, no, in Jaffna area. Selected 5 areas, I think.
Yes, I've selected 5 beaches
5
of
beaches.
Jaffna district.
Yeah. Now, according to the research, I think, can you little explain about your research?
Yes, I can. I've
found
totally, yes, there
found
were,
you found the areas having microplastic, no? Now, what are the future studies you are going to do with this?
in my results, I couldn't able to find any microplastic in sediment and water samples. So those samples have to be done as a replications. And I'm also planning to do analysis the live samples collected from each beaches for the microplastic identification. All have to be done visually, like using dissecting microscope as visual observation.
Right. That means you are going to do microplastic study in water too, no? Aquatic
Yes.
area.
Yes.
Right.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation and thank you.
Miss Tenuvantani, do you think
Yes, ma'am.
have any plans to carry out more detailed study on these microplastics in beaches of Jaffna? Like now you have used the microscope and you just do the research with observations, don't you?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Visual experiments or visual observation. So do you?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you plan to have kind of specific experiments related to microplastics in future? Like laboratory experiments to find out microplastics, or that the sizes of microplastics plastics existing in this beach seawater or the marine water in this area?
Yes, ma'am. I'm planning to adapt a dye method using Nile red at the end after the replications of sediment and water sample and live samples. I'm going to use Nile red for the clear identification and more detailed morphological characters of those microplastics.
So my last question is that what type of microplastics have you found? Means like from where they are, what is the origin of these microplastics? Whatever the plastics
Microfibers.
Yes.
Yes, ma'am. Major ones were microfibers. Those must have come from clothes, carpets, or any types of textiles mostly. I dictate from this fact from literature reviews only. And other two types were microfragments and microforms. Those were secondary microplastics.
Okay, thank you very much. Good luck for your future studies.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, everyone. Thank you so much for this chance.
Thank you for your presentation. And with that, we come to the conclusion of the presentations with regards to this session. We now take this opportunity to extend our gratitude to our esteemed panel for their time, effort, and for being a part of the International Conference on Environmental Governance 2021, and for being here with us for the entirety of today and in assisting us with the evaluating of our presenters. Once again, thank you very much for your presence and your support. Mrs. Shamini Peria Peruma, Director of Environmental Promotion at the Central Environmental Authority, will assist us with the distribution of tokens of appreciation to our esteemed panel, starting off with the panel chairperson, Professor Banduni Lianage. And also a token of appreciation. And also a token of appreciation given away to Mrs. Devika Vitana. At the same time, we'd also like to recognize Dr. Sanjay Ratnaik, who's also here with us with the panel, and also Professor Ajit Dialvis, who was a part of the panel, and he was also our keynote speaker for today, as well as Engineer M.N.R. Kure, who were the panelists for this session, and we are once again grateful for their presence and their support. With that, we come to the conclusion of this particular session, once again thanking our panel, our presenters, our viewers, and everyone who helped to make this session a reality. Thank you very much from the bottom of our hearts. We conclude this session on the International Conference of Environmental Governance 2021. Thank you very much once again for joining with us. Have a great day.